Shalom, shalom, Israel, shalom, classroom, shalom, shalom, Shabbat shalom to the 12 tribes scattered abroad. Peace and blessings to the nation of Israel. Double honors to the elect elders of the house of David that's been in this truth before us for decades and decades, patiently waiting for the second coming of Yahweh, labored in the gospel. A hearty shalom to all of the men of the Most High, the mighty men that are out there in the highways and byways, laboring. The mighty men laboring, pushing this truth, risking your life to max. Everybody just make sure you're everybody turn all your stuff down. So, Slakia, a mighty shalom to all the men that are out on the highways and byways and laboring, pushing this truth to magnify the name of Yahweh Bashima Mashiach Yahushua. Shalom to all of the men that may not be out there as of yet, but they're working on it. They're getting built up in the spirit. They're praying, they're fasting, they're studying. They're being diligent and abounding in the work of the Lord. Shalom, shalom. Last but not least, shalom to all of the sisters out there, the Aquaf out there, holding it down in the households, married and unmarried, keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, reverencing their husbands, following the Most High, and moving in the spirit of our righteous foremothers. Shalom, shalom.
God, Shabbat shalom. All praise to the Most High for another day of repenting, another day of serving the Lord. And as we always do, we're going to go to Acts chapter 18, verse 4.
Book of Acts, chapter 18, and verse 4. And he reasoned in the synagogue every Shabbat and persuaded the Jews and the Greeks.
God. So this is another Sabbath service to persuade Israel, who knows after Israel to stay in the law, statutes, and commandments, the faith, the brotherly love, all things to magnify the name of Yahweh Yahushua. And to those just finding out after Israel to come back to serving our Lord, right, in truth and sincerity, forsaking the ways of this world, and being at the church of Berea, right? Let the words of Yahweh Yahushua be true and every man a liar, right? And the way that we're able to cast down and stand 10 toes for this doctrine is Philippians 4:13.
Book of Philippians chapter 4 and verse 13. I can do all things through Hamashiach Yahushua, which strengtheneth me.
Right, through the spirit of Yahweh Yahushua, we're able to cast down false doctrines, right? Stand 10 toes down for the doctrine that we have and the understanding we have. We don't waver like a wave of the sea tossed to and fro, because the double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, right? And so we're going to start off with 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 and verse 21, right? So this is a controversial topic in Israel, man, right? It's like the LeBron fans versus the Michael Jordan fans. Who's the GOAT? No, we're going to cast this down through the spirit of Yahweh Yahushua. Let Israel get the proper understanding. Right, tackle all the points that were made in previous Lunar Sabbath videos, and this is what we're going to do.
Book of 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 and verse 21. Prove all things.
What the Lord said?
Prove all things.
One more time for completion.
Prove all things.
So through the spirit of Yahweh Yahushua, we're going to prove all things and bring forth strong reasoning to show why the Sabbath is a consecutive 6 days of working, and then you got the seventh day, which is the Sabbath.
God, and let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 4 and 2. This is a very serious topic, man. Right? This is a very serious topic. We know brothers that, and this isn't a video against brothers. You know, this is not cat beef. This isn't any animosity towards brothers, but we have to teach the true doctrine and understanding of Yahweh Yahushua. Now, we're not mad at brothers that keep a lunar Sabbath, right? We're not mad. We know certain brothers who keep the Sabbath every Wednesday, certain brothers that keep it based off of the moon. You know, the Lord said, let every man be fully persuaded in his own mind. So before you get that, go to Titus 1 and 9. Right before you get that, go to Titus chapter 1 and verse 9. Right? Titus chapter 1 and verse 9. We got people mad. They're mad on the comment board already. Right? People are mad already. And we hadn't even started. We didn't even get into it. Right? Let's go to Titus 1 and 9. And we're not mad at brothers that keep the lunar Sabbath. We're not throwing curses up, you know, when we go home. We talk to brothers that keep the lunar Sabbath. You know what I'm saying? All the time. But we're going to show you what the Spirit is about. Titus 1 and 9. Right? Let's go to the book of Titus, chapter 1 and verse 9. Right? Because we have to bring this out in the last segment.
It's the book of Titus, chapter 1 and verse number 9. Holding fast the faithful words as he hath been taught,
right?
that he may be able by sound doctrine.
By what?
By sound doctrine.
By what?
By sound doctrine.
So men in positions of leadership, the water, bishops, you understand, you have to be able to hold fast to faithful words that by sound doctrine, healthy, whole doctrine, right? That's what the word sound means. Go on, by sound doctrine. Doctrine is an established teaching, right? Goes back to the Latin word "dicere," which means to teach. So by sound teaching, breaking things down the right way, go on.
Both to exhort and to convince the gainsayers.
So it's our job to exhort and convince the gainsayers by sound doctrine, right? Not by physically attacking brothers, not by calling brothers out their name, by keeping it spiritual and giving you the proper understanding through the spirit of prophet Yahushua. Now, let's go to Deuteronomy 4:2.
Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4 and verse 2. Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish out from it.
Now, this is the law. Read that again.
Ye shall not add unto the word.
You shall not add unto the word. Whatever written, it's written. You cannot superimpose your feelings and emotions into the scriptures and come up with some wayward understanding. If you add and take away from the law, the Most High is going to take away your name out of the book of life. Right? Go on.
From it that ye may keep. Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish out from it.
Right?
That ye may keep the commandments of the Lord.
So, go on.
Your God, which I command you.
Right? That's plain. When you read the law and you understand the scriptures, you have to keep everything that's written. You cannot take away or add to what the Most High has established. That's, brothers, understand that? That's established. Deuteronomy 4. The Lord is about to bring them into the promised land and let them know these laws that are established, whatever written, keep it as it is written. Do not add, do not take away from what's written. Now, you want to get that real quick. Yeah, you got it.
Right? And like the brother said, this is written in Revelation. It's Revelation chapter 22 and verse 18. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book, man. And that's plain, man. The Lord spoke plain upon tables. If you're going to add or take away anything from the words of the Lord, and the Lord's going to judge you for that. And if any man shall take away from the words of this book, you can't take away things you don't want to hear, then add things that aren't there. It says, of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things which are written in this book.
So this is deadly serious, right? This isn't a game. This is not, we're not doing this for fun. This is a matter of life or death, right? Because you can lead somebody. The Lord said you cannot put a stumbling block before the blind. That's part of the law, right? So if you're laying stumbling blocks in the way of the people, the Most High is going to get up with you. And he's not going to come and write you a warning. The Most High kills people, man.
Sure.
You have men in the scriptures that added feast days. Who's that? Rehoboam, man. Jeroboam's lucky. Jeroboam added a feast day, man, in the 8th month on the 15th day. And the Most High got rid of that, man. Huh? You can't add holy days and take away days and do what you want to do. Right now, you got it, Amos.
God, let's go to Proverbs chapter 30 and verse 6. Right?
Book of Proverbs chapter 30 and verse 6. Add thou not unto his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found a liar.
Right? So you can't, like the brother was going into, you add up to the words, the Lord's going to get with you. He's going to let you be known to be found a liar, man. Right? He's going to reprove you in the midst of the congregation. He's going to give those who have a pure heart a proper understanding. Right? We're not saying brothers who keep the lunar Sabbath don't have a pure heart. Right? But a lot of people, they follow blindly because they like the people who teach these doctrines. Right? They like the people, they feel more relatable. Right? We don't give a damn about being relatable. It's thus saith the Lord, right? The words of the Lord, that's a strong defense. And so what we're going to do is we're going to defend the doctrine, right, of what we were taught and what we were raised on so no man can take our crown,
Let's go to Galatians 1 and 6. Right? So we just laid the foundation right now. We hadn't even really got into it. And people are plucking out their hairs, man. Galatians chapter 1 and 6.
Book of Galatians chapter 1 and verse 6. I marvel that ye are so soon removed from him that called you into the grace of Hamashiach unto another gospel,
Right?
which is not another.
Yeah, because everybody's using the Bible, but some people are taking it and manipulating things and making men move away from the gospel. So Paul told the church, what the hell is going on? Right? Go on.
But there be some that trouble you
There be some that trouble you.
and would pervert the gospel of Hamashiach.
Now you have men be in trouble. You got brothers hit me up. Is it this? I used to keep it like this. Do I keep it this day? What's going on? I don't know. I'm confused. Right. Brothers are getting trouble now. Right? Go on.
But though we are an angel from heaven, preach any other gospel unto you.
If an angel came down right now and kicked in the door 12 feet tall with 144,000 wings and said, it's time for you to eat pork. He had a big Bible with dust on it, with 7 sevens on it, and a manure, and a step of Yahushua. And he said, eat this pork and get everlasting life. A lot of brothers would eat it, man. Oh, that's an angel. I mean, look at him. He had 144,000 wings. What did you want me to do? Right? If an angel, if any man comes and teaches, no matter what they look like, how many views they receive, how famous they are in the world, what accolades they have in the world, that, I want to say something else, that stuff don't matter. Right. It don't matter, I mean a damn thing. Right? Go on.
Then that which we have preached,
then that which the Most High has established
unto you, let him be accursed.
The Lord say,
let him be accursed.
So Paul didn't take that thing lightly. Right? Paul didn't take it lightly. Paul didn't say, well, no. He said, let him be accursed. Right? That's an anathema maranatha. Now, that's 1 Corinthians 16, but we don't got to get it. Now, Ephesians 4:14. One more introductory precept. Right? One more introductory precept. Right?
Book of Ephesians chapter 4 and verse 14. That we henceforth be no more children tossed to and fro and carried about with every wind of doctrine.
Because certain brothers are getting tossed to and fro. 1 minute you keep it a lunar Sabbath, then the next minute you don't feel like it's the Sabbath. Then another brother hit up one of the officers in the camp and said, well, I think the Sabbath starts when the sun comes up. Right? Because people's minds are rooted. So now they're being tossed to and fro because they don't have a sure foundation. And a lot of things that brothers learn, they're not the Church of Berea. They're not searching that thing out to see if it's actually true or not. Well, my elder said it, it must be true. Look at him, right? He has a lot of views and he must be the Lord. No, you got to search this thing out, man. Everything we bring out, even in this lesson, search it out to see whether these things be so. Don't just take our word. This is the word to the Most High. Right? Otherwise, you're going to be wavering like a ship and you're going to crash on a stone. Go on.
By the sleight of men.
The sleight of men is sneakiness, right? Overreading scriptures, taking this and pretending like words don't exist and overreading this and taking away this. That's the sleight of men. I don't have to read that part. We don't have to really go into that. I don't want to tackle that point. We'll talk about that later. Right? That's the sleight of men. Go on.
And cunning craftiness.
And cunning craftiness. Certain brothers are cunning. Right? Now, if you getting cut at what we said, then that's on you. Right? Because we speaking in general. But if you getting jammed up, that's a spirit of conviction. Go on.
Whereby they lie in wait to deceive, but speaking the truth in love may grow up into him in all things, which is the head, even Hamashiach, Yahushua.
So we want to elevate and grow and mature in this truth. Come. Now, let's get into it. Let's get right into it. Let's go to the book of Genesis, chapter 1 and 5. Let's get right into it. So there's controversy. People are trying to figure out when the day begins. If you understand, and this is simple, humbly speaking, it's simple. If you understand when the day begins, certain points that brothers bring out about the lunar doctrine, it goes out the window. It's over with, just straight off the jump. Now, we're going to read the scripture and we're going to show you, you may not know what a lunar calendar is, or you may not know how the lunar Sabbath operates, right? You may not know. A lot of brothers, you come doing this thing and you're trying to figure out what the truth is, and you're hearing about this lunar Sabbath, and you may not truly have the understanding on how it works. And we'll show you. Don't worry, we'll show you. But we're going to read this verse.
Book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 5. And Yahweh called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day.
Read that again.
Salakia. Book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 5. And Yahweh called the light day,
right?
And the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day.
Right, read it one more time as it is written.
And God called the light day.
Now we know when it says God is the Allahayim, the powers, Yahweh Shai, the angels. Right, go on.
And the darkness he called night.
So the darkness he called night, and what?
And the evening and the morning.
The evening and the morning. So the day starts when? In the evening. When what goes down?
Sun.
When the sun goes down, it's a new day. Brothers understand that?
Come on.
We want brothers to follow along, and we're going to pace this thing out. Right? We're going to drive slow. You know how you got a so-called nice car and you kind of push a 20 in it. You want people to see. You want to get that attraction. So we want to push this slow. Gabar will come in. Right? The evening and the morning were the first day. So let's show you what a lunar calendar is. Right? We'll pull this up and give brothers the understanding. Right? Is everybody seeing this? Did it show up?
Yeah, it's up.
All right, it's up.
Yeah.
All right. So what you're looking at right now is a calendar. Right? This is a calendar. Now, the word calendar, the etymology of it goes back to kale, which means to call out. Right? To call out. Right? When you see the elements or you see certain changes, you had men that would call out and document and write what things they saw. That's the establishment of a calendar. A calendar is not necessarily a sheet of paper. You understand? It really just means to call out. Right now, looking at this calendar, this is a lunar calendar. Now it says the new moon day. Right? I should have changed the cursor so I can have it. You know how you can do that and make it turn bright, but that's okay. So if you're looking at the number 1, this is a new moon day. Is the cursor showing up on the
Yeah, it's on there.
You can see it. You can see the mouse kind of moving. All right, cut. Right now, this is your new moon day. This is a lunar Sabbath. You have the new moon, right? Then you have 6 days of work, and then you have the Sabbath. So your new moon day. Then you have day 1, then you have day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, and the 8th day is the Sabbath day. Our brothers following along with me. Then you have your next Sabbath come in, so you count 6 more days. Day 1, day 2, day 3, which is the 11th, day 4 is the 12th, day 5 is the 13th, day 6 is the 14th, and then you have the 15th, which is yet another weekly Sabbath. Y'all following? Like I said, we want to take this slow so everybody understands. Then you have 6 more days, right? The 16th, day 1, the 17th, the 18th, the 19th, the 20th, the 21st, and the 22nd is a Sabbath day, right? Then you have 6 more days. The 23rd, the 24th, the 25th, the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, and the 29th is another Sabbath day. Brothers understand that, right? Now, a lunar cycle is 29.5 days, right? Technically 29.52 days. Now, you can show that in the Bible. You can show how long a lunar cycle is, right? If we go to the book of Genesis, right, we'll actually show you that. Let's go to Genesis chapter 7 and 11, right? We'll show you how long a lunar cycle is, and we'll show you biblically it's 29.5 days, right?
Genesis chapter 7 and verse number 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were open.
So the flood started. I need brothers to pay attention, right? Especially watching online. We're going to show you the lunar calendar and the Bible, how the Most High you can show. So the flood started on what day? Read that again. The 17th day of the second month. Read it again.
Genesis 17:11. In the 700 in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up.
Brothers understand that? And what else happened?
And the windows of heaven were open.
What day the flood started? The 17th day of the second month. Go to verse 24.
Verse 24. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days.
How long?
150 days.
Flood started the 17th day of the second month. The waters were on the earth 150 days. Go to Genesis 8:3.
Genesis 8:3. And the waters returned from off the earth continually, and after the end of the 150 days,
After the end of the 150 days,
the waters were abated.
right?
And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Arat.
Right. So the brother broke it down. He read it. The flood started on the 17th day of the second month, and it was over the 17th day of the what? The 7th month, which is a difference of how many months? 5 months. You had 150 days in 5 months. So how long is a month prophetically? 30 days. Now, let's go. It's 30 days right now. Go to Esther 2 and 12. I mean, that's what I want. Right? Esther 2 and 12. It's 30 days. We're going to show you. There's 30 days in a month. So we're going to show you how many days are in a year biblically on what's written. Right? Based off of the text and the prophecy. So it's 30 days in a month, right? You had the flood started. Do you guys see that? It's simple math. The 17th day of the second month to the 17th day of the 7th month, that's 5 months difference, right? Within 150 days, 30 days in a month. The Lord gave this to Moses, right? Go on.
Esther chapter 2 and verse 12. Now, when every maid's turn was come to go in to King Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months.
How many months?
12 months.
So it's 12 months in a year. Go on.
According to the manner of the woman, for so were her days of the purification accomplished, to wit 6 months with oil of myrrh.
They have to wait half a year, 6 months in oil and myrrh,
and 6 months with sweet odors.
and 6 months with sweet odors, right? That's 1 whole year. Brother, see that? So you have 1 whole year, and it was 12 months. And how many days in a month? 30 days. So how many days in a year? 360. You following, King? 30 times 12. 360. Now, listen to this. A solar calendar operates at 365.25 days, right? Now, this was written as 360 days. A lunar calendar is how long? 354.11, right? So if you add a lunar calendar, 354.11, plus a solar calendar, 365.25, you get 720, right? You divide that in half, you get 360. So you need to know that a lunar calendar operates at 354.11 days to understand the Most High's calendar. Brother, see that? So it's 360 days because that's the totality of a lunar cycle combined with a solar cycle averaged out. That's why it's plain. Because 354.11, you can type in a calculator, right? Plus 365.25 is 720. You average that out, you divide it by 2, it's 360, which shows that a lunar cycle is 354.11 days. Can I see this? Now, hold on. We're going to show you something. It's a lot here. 300. Now, if you take 354.11 and divide it by 29.5, you get 12 months. which shows you that a lunar cycle is 29.5 days.
Right.
Brother, see that? All right, that's simple math. So a lunar cycle operates every 29.5 days. Can you have 29.5 days in a month? No. So certain months have 29 days, and certain months will have how many days? 30 days. Now, let's go back to this calendar, Dwight. Okay. So let's go back to it. There's Sabbath is the 8th, the 15th, the 22nd, and the 29th. Now, the next new moon will have to be the next day. But you have to wait for the new moon to come in. So they have a day called a transition day. There's something that they established that they made up. Like I told Poseidon earlier, I'm going to keep my foot on the gas about this transition day.
Right.
Where's transition day in the Bible?
It's not in there.
Can you go to the concordance? Can you go to the Strong's or the Blue Letter and type in transition day? Right? Then we might even go to the Bible dictionary and we're going to look. Can you look for this, King Baba Kishar? Can you look for transition day? And right? So we're going to go. I'm going to look for the Bible app.
So, Lucky, I got it up right now. Let me hold it up there.
All right, let's. You see that? What does it say?
Transition.
There are no concordance results for transition in the KJV. Right? Now, you what you looking up? You found it?
No.
Did you find it? He's in the Bible dictionary. I got a book. This is the Dictionary of Theological Terms.
I'm trying Bible Hub.
Right? He's trying Bible Hub, and I'm gonna go. You wanna look it up? Yeah. He's gonna look for transition day. Now, this isn't just an ordinary book. This is what is that again, King? This is the Dictionary of Theological Terms, a ready reference of over 800 theological and doctrinal terms. So surely it'll be in there. Right? This is what the top scholars book. I got that book from a book fair, huh? All right. Now that book is pricey, right? But you know, we got on the low through the spirit. So the brother's looking up transition day. I'm going on the Bible app, right? And I'm gonna type it in. And we're gonna see. Okay, zero results.
No results.
No results. Did you find it? Did you find it in the Bible dictionary?
Nope.
Right? It's not in the Bible dictionary. It's not on the Bible app. It's not in the scriptures.
It's not Blue Letter.
It's not on the Blue Letter. It's not in the dictionary of over almost 1,000 theological doctrinal terms. It's not in the Bible Hub. It's not in the Josephus. Where is the transition day in the Bible? This day, now some people say that this day does it's an extended worship day. If you talk to certain lunar Sabbatarians, they say that the 30th day is a extended worship day, or it's an extension of the Sabbath. Now, where's it at in the law?
Lucky, they say it's a 2-day new moon.
Oh yeah, some people say it's a 2-day new moon. Now they have this transition day because they can't go straight from the Sabbath into the new moon or the next day, because you have to wait for the new moon to come up, because the lunar cycle is not going to work with this what they're doing. So we add a date. The brother see that? Give me Daniel 7:25. Right, and we haven't even started yet, but you talk to brothers, they say that the transition day, I've heard brothers say it's the Day of Atonement, the day before the Day of Atonement. Then I heard other brothers say it's when the intercalary when you add the other month of the dark. That's not a transition day. And we'll explain all that. Now, you got that, King?
So book of Daniel, chapter 7, and verse 25. And he shall speak great words against the Most High.
Now, this is talking about Esau, right? Now, this is talking about Esau. But now this applies to brothers who are going to hell off. Right? Go on.
And shall wear out the saints of the Most High.
We're worn out by doctrines.
Right.
We're worn out by lies. Right? We're just, it stresses us out. We have to counsel brothers 24/7. We're worn out. Go on.
And think to change times and laws.
What are people doing?
And think to change times and
What are
laws.
Lunar Sabbath people doing?
And think to change times and laws.
They think to change times and laws. Because if you say this day doesn't matter, you're changing times. Now, the day begins when the sun goes down, right? So if on the 29th, the sun goes down, it's still a day. But yet to people, no, that day doesn't count. Where is it at in the Bible? And even if your new moon came after the 30th, the new moon would start on the previous day at sundown. So it would be the transition day at sundown, which would be the beginning of your new moon. So how do you have the transition day at sundown, which starts the new moon? I mean, it's madness. The brothers understand what I'm saying? Your new moon, it doesn't start at midnight. Your new moon, or any day, would start the previous day at sundown. If your transition date is the 30th, you have to wait till sundown on this day that doesn't matter to start your day for your calendar. It is not biblical. Now, what you got? That's it on that?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, let's go to Daniel 2:21. Right? Let's go to, bring it up.
Daniel,
Oh, you had that on that?
yeah,
Oh, that's a spirit.
Daniel chapter 2 and verse 21. And he changed the times.
No, man does.
And he changed the times.
Daniel told Nebuchadnezzar, who's the heat the Most High? Only the Most High can do this. Only the Most High can say, okay, this day don't count. All right, this day doesn't exist. But this day, I don't want you. Let's go to Sirach 33:7-2. Go on, and he changed the times.
And he changed the time.
No, man does.
And he changed the time.
Only Yahweh, Bashua Mashiach Yahushua can do this. Not man. Read.
And the seasons.
And only the Most High can change the seasons. He created these appointed times. Read on.
He removed kings.
The Most High pluck you up, man. Right? He killed Herod. He took down Nebuchadnezzar. He took down Alexander the Great. He took down Pharaoh. He removed kings. We're kings. The Most High can remove any one of us, man. He removed kings. Go on.
And setteth up kings.
Right?
He giveth wisdom unto the
He
wise.
giveth wisdom to the wise and what?
And knowledge to them that know understanding.
So only the Most High can dictate and determine times. Now, if the Most High is determining times, why didn't he show us about the transition day in the Bible? Surely that would be in there. It would be in the Torah, the Torah, the instruction to guide man on how to serve God within a covenant. Why isn't that part of this contract? Now, you got that?
Right, it's the book of Sirach, chapter 33 and verse 7. Why doeth one day excel another, when as all the light of every day is in the year is of the sun?
Now, that's a question, right? Now, this is a question. Well, how can one day be better than another day? This is a carnal question, right? Because a man might say that. What makes this day greater than that day, right? The sun rises on every day. How do I know it's different? Then the moon comes in, and how do we know what day is different? Well, go on.
By the knowledge of the Lord, they were distinguished.
By the knowledge of the Most High, they were distinguished. Right, go on.
And he altered seasons.
He alters seasons. The seed time, the harvest, the summer, the winter. He alters the seasons.
And feast.
And feast.
Some of them have he made high days.
Some days are high days. What's an example of a high day? The Sabbath day is a high day. The Passover is a high day. Pentecost is a high day. Feast of Tabernacles is a high day. You understand? The Feast of Dedication, those are high days. Some of these days he made high days
and hallowed them
and made them holy, separated them, because you have certain instruction on how to conduct yourself on these days. That's what makes them holy, due to the Most High's laws. Go on.
And some of them have he made ordinary days.
And some of them are ordinary days. But did it say some of them are transition days?
Ordinary days.
Just regular days throughout the week, not transition days. Now, let's still stick on this calendar. Now, we're gonna start on this calendar. Now, the word week, can somebody go to the Bible dictionary? We got it right here. Can we look up the word week? It's important to know the Hebrew. The word week in the Hebrew is shabarad, which means periods of 7. You hear that? Periods of 7. You understand that, right? A week can be periods of 7 years, like a sabbatical year. You can have a week of seconds. You can have a week of months. You can have a week of decades. As long as it's intervals or a heptad of 7, it's a week. But it always has to have how many days? 7 days. You find that?
Yeah, it said go to calendar.
Okay, all right, let's go to it. Right? We're gonna see the word week. All right, come.
Calendar. During the Bible period, time was reckoned solely on astronomical observations.
Right, we want to go straight to the week. Let's see. All right, well, we're going to look for that. But we broke it down. The word week means a period of 7, right? Now, if the word week means a period of 7, can a week have more than 7 days? Can a week ever have 8 days? Can a week ever have 9 days? But what about 14? A week must have how many days? 7 days. Let's go. Let's look on this calendar. Everybody look on the calendar. A week can only have 7 days.
I got it right here.
Off the water. That's what I wanted.
Yep.
Right? Con. Now here's the word week. This from the blue letter. You can look it up. They say sabua is shabawat, which means 7, period of 7. Right? I'm gonna show them on the screen, King. The water. Right? We're gonna pull it up so you can see this thing. Right? Before we go to that. Right? We're gonna show you this. Before we even kind of go in, we just want to explain this calendar. Right, so here's the word week. Now, Jacob worked for a week for Laban, 7 years. So here's the word week in the Hebrew, right? Shabbat, it says 7, period of 7, a heptad, right? Hep goes back to 7, you understand? A week, period of 7 days, a week, feast of weeks, heptad, or it says 7 of years, right? So it has to be in what? 7s. You can never have a week that's more than 7. Let's go back to the lunar calendar. Madness. All right, so let's deal with it. Let's start from the beginning. I'm gonna jump down. The new moon day, right? For some reason, that day is not included. Right? For some reason, the new moon day is not included. We'll touch on that. Their day 1 is really the second day for some odd reason. How is the new moon day not a day? It's not counted as a day. It's the new moon. Once the sun goes down, it's a new day. It has to be counted for. Now, am I tripping? Once the sun goes down the day before the new moon, and then it sets again, that's a day. You can't say it's not a day unless you remove the sun. And you can't remove the sun. You can't pull a Joshua. I believe in Joshua said there has not been a time ever since the Most High hearkened to a man's voice. Let's get that real quick. Right? So in order to say a day doesn't exist, you have to stop the circuits of the sun. Can y'all brothers do that? You can't do that. You can't. I think Superman went around the world, then he stopped time. And this is not real, man. Let's bring that up.
It's the book of Joshua, chapter 10 and verse 12. Then spake Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of all Israel, Sun, stand thou still.
Now, brothers must be pulling this every week, every month. They might read this and say, well, sun, stand still, because this day doesn't exist. Once the sun goes down, it's a new day, no matter how your emotions are intertwined into it and what you feel. Once the sun goes down, it is a day. You probably see that. Joshua, because they want to wreak havoc.
Right.
Say, look, we're not done, man. We want to get it in. We need more light. No mercy. I like Joshua, man. And he was no mercy, man. He said, you come stand on put your foot on their necks, man. You know, go on.
Stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon
in
the valley of Elion. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies.
They needed time to take them out. Go on.
Is not this written in the book of Jasher?
And we don't have a book of Jasher, right?
So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and hasted not to go down upon Salakia about a whole day.
So that's the only, it's more than that, right?
Yes.
Come.
And there was no day.
Hold on, read that again.
And there was no day.
No, it happens every month and every other month.
And there was no day.
There was no day. Go on.
Like that.
No, it happens all all the time.
like that,
Go on.
before or after it,
Or what?
or after it,
Right?
that the Lord hearkened unto the voice of man.
God damn. So guess what? These days that you say don't exist, they have to exist.
God.
Unless you're saying the Most High is a liar in the book of Joshua. It says no day can ever be like that again. So every day has to be accounted for. You brothers see that? If you're following the lunar Sabbath, how does a day not exist? We're going to keep our foot on the gas. Now, the Sabbath, go to Genesis 2 and 3. Go to Genesis 2 and 3. Right? Genesis chapter 2 and 3. That's Joshua 10.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good. That's a spirit though. Because guess what? We wrote precepts down, but we didn't write that down. Right? How about Shmuel Shah brought that up? Right? So let's bring that up.
Genesis chapter 2 and verse number 3. And Yahweh blessed the seventh day.
Now, before you read that, when's the first, brothers looking at the calendar? Let's say it's the new year, new month, a new month came in or whatever. When would be the first Sabbath according to the lunar calendar? What day? The 8th day. The 8th day is their first Sabbath. Let's read that.
Genesis chapter 2 and verse 3. And Yahweh blessed the seventh day.
No, the 8th day.
The seventh day.
The 8th day.
The seventh day.
So if your first Sabbath is the 7th day, how are you keeping a lunar Sabbath and your first Sabbath is the 8th day? You're going off.
That's right.
You're going off. Your first set. Read it again.
Come. And
Can I get
Yahweh blessed
20 and
the
12?
seventh day and sanctified,
And he made it holy. Go on.
because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made.
So your first Sabbath is supposed to be what day, brothers?
The seventh day.
Can it ever be the 4th? What about the 3rd? What about the 8th? So how are you following the lunar Sabbath and your first Sabbath is the 8th day of the week? Madness. Now, let's read that.
It's the book of Ezekiel, chapter 20 and verse
Because
12.
brothers might say, well, hold on now. I don't know. I mean, it's 1,000 years. 1,000 year period. Well, let's see this.
Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths.
Whose Sabbaths do we have?
My
The
Sabbaths.
Lord's Sabbath.
When did the Most High keep his Sabbath? On what day?
The seventh day.
The Most High didn't just give us any Sabbath. He gave us his Sabbath. When is his Sabbath? The 7th day. Read it one more time.
Moreover, also I gave them my
When
Sabbaths.
did the Most High say, I'm going to give you a different Sabbath and I'm going to keep my own one and y'all do y'all thing down there on the earth? Right? Y'all go on the earth and y'all can do what y'all want to do on the 8th. Right? And I'm going to keep it up here. That's off. The Lord gave us his Sabbath. His Sabbath is on the 7th day. How can your Sabbath be on the 8th day? Go on. Now, let's read on.
To be a sign between me and them.
To be a sign between me and them. Now, they may say, well, the new moon's not counted as a day. And we just touched on this calendar first. We didn't even go into it. Let's go to the book of Haggai. 1 and 1. Right? Let's bring that up.
It's the book of Haggai, chapter 1 and verse 1. And the second year of Darius.
So, because we're bringing this up, they say, well, the new moon's not a day. Or the new moon is a Sabbath. Right? Some people say it's an extended worship day. Let's see what's going on.
And the second year of Darius, the king, and the 6th month, and the first day of the month.
And the what?
And the first day of the month.
When is this?
And the first day of the month.
This has to be the new moon. Right? Or am I tripping?
It's the new moon.
This is the new moon. The first day of the month is the new moon.
That's right.
Go on.
Came the word of the Lord by Haggai, the prophet, unto Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Judah, and to Joshua, the son of Josedek, the high priest, saying.
And what did he say? Go to verse 8. On the same day on the new moon.
Verse number 8. Go up to the mountain and bring wood.
And do what?
And bring wood.
So, this day doesn't count. And it's not a part of anything. But this day has to be accounted for because they're laboring.
Right, doing work.
They're doing work. This is is written as an account of work being done on this day. Everybody said, what happened yesterday? Well, that day didn't matter. What if they asked them what happened yesterday? They said, well, we was laboring, but don't worry about it. That day didn't even happen. That's off.
Amnesia.
That's off. Like that's amnesia. That's like we went to camp yesterday, but it never happened. So anything, somebody might have got murdered that day, but it didn't happen. A woman could have got raped that day, but it never happened. Right?
That's a sin day. Sin day.
Yeah, you
Never
can just
get away with it.
Yeah, you can do what you want to do. You can do what you want to do on a day that doesn't count. So the transition day, you can freak off, right? Because there's no laws on that day, right? It's no order on that day. It's just made up, right? Read on.
It says, go up to the mountain and bring wood.
So this day is a day. It's the first day of the month. Go on.
And build the house, and I will take pleasure in it, and I will be glorified, saith the Lord.
So is this day accounted for? Yes. So the second day, they will be continually building. Right? So how is the new moon? They say, well, it's an extended worship day, or it's a Sabbath, or they whatever, when they're laboring on that means they went off. The Most High, he put, did the Most High give man a license to sin? No. Let's go to Exodus 40. Right? Exodus 40. I mean, it's madness. This must be stopped. 40 and 1.
It's the book of Exodus, chapter 40 and verse 1.
Right? And we're just dealing with the calendar right now. Right? Then we're gonna get into it. Because we're just getting started. We just getting started. You know how you driving and you on your way to the expressway when you out of state, you kind of people call you, okay, I'm on the road, but you ain't even get on the expressway yet. So you just getting started, go on.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, on the first day of the first month.
Right, the first day of the first month, this is a new moon.
Shall thou set up the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation.
So something's going on this day. So how in this calendar, your first day is really the second day when they're doing work on the first day? It makes no sense. Do brothers understand that? Because they say the new moon is just new moon day or it doesn't count, but your first day of the week comes after the new moon. How does your first day of the week come after the new moon when the previous day when the sun went down, they're laboring and they're doing all manner of work? It's ridiculous. There's one more now. Let's go to Ezra. I believe that's Ezra, the 7th chapter. Right? Let's go to Ezra chapter 7 and 9.
Ezra.
And Ezra's a priest. Didn't it say he's a ready scribe?
Yeah.
He's a ready scribe. So surely he would know. He's a prophet, a priest, and a scribe, and a leader. Ezra's a mighty man, right? So let's read that.
Ezra 7 and 9. For upon the first day of the first month.
So what should Ezra be doing on this day according to a lunar Sabbath? What should he be doing? Should be resting, right? Should be resting, right? Because the work day comes after that. So surely he should be resting. Haggai, Zerubbabel, all the men, they cutting down trees and laboring. That means they would be going off. That means Moses went off when the Lord told him to build the tabernacle, right? Go on. So this is the first day of the month, right?
For upon the first day of the first month began he to go up from Babylon, and on the first day of the 5th month came he to Jerusalem according to the good hand of his God upon him.
So hold on now. If the new moon is supposed to be like a Sabbath day and a day of rest, why are all of these top men like Zerubbabel, Joshua, Moses, Ezra, these are the elect? They're laboring and traveling and doing work on a new moon, but according to a lunar Sabbath, that day doesn't count. The first day of the week will be after that. That's ridiculous. Now, let's look back at the calendar, right? Let's look back at, that's another point I want to make. Let's go down to the 22nd, right? Brothers, look, I want brothers to look so we can all be on one accord. Because we're a visual people. And somebody can beguile you if you're not able to see what's going on. You have to look at this madness. So the 22nd is a Sabbath day, according to the lunar calendar. Brothers understand that? How many days are in a week?
7.
All right, let's count. Now the transition day, does that day count? No, for them it don't count. So let's count. 22nd. Okay, the 23rd is the first day. The 24th is the second day. The 25th is the third. The 26th is the fourth. The 27th is the fifth. The 28th is the sixth. The 29th will be the seventh, right? Now, after that, you have to count for days of the week. But you can't start on the 30th because that day don't count. You get what I'm saying? So that means this 30th day will have to be part of the week, which means you have 8-day weeks. Do brothers understand that? If the 30th day doesn't count, even though it's a day, that means they're keeping 8-day weeks. Sometimes 9-day weeks. Because it might be a foggy day out there. You might be somewhere with a moon. You can't even see the moon. It's an overcast. So you have to wait to see the new moon. What if it's like an overcast for 4 days? That means that week could be like 12 days, 11 days, just waiting to see the moon to keep the Sabbath. And in between these days, everybody's doing what the hell they want to do because they're not counting. That's madness.
Salakia, and can we bring up the March calendar for 2022 to show an example of that? Right? This is the March calendar for 2022. We have the high holy day calendar right here. Right? We have the new moons and the feast days. Right? So this is the calendar for March 2022. So the new moon comes in March 1st at sundown. So that's a Tuesday night to Wednesday night. Right? And then the next new moon comes in March 31st at sundown. What day is March 31st? Thursday night to Friday night. So let's count that week, right?
You want to count from the 22nd?
Start, from the 23rd. That's day one.
Day 1.
Day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, right? Day 8, day 9,
and then you start your week after that.
Then you start your week after that.
So they have 9-day weeks. Because like the brother said, the new moon come in on the so-called 31st. Right. That's an excellent point. So guess what? You have to wait all of these days just to start another week.
Salakia. And if you were to go Tuesday night sundown to Wednesday night sundown, you got 2 days in between that before you even get to the next new moon.
And then even if you do the 29th to the 30th, that day don't even count because that's the transition day.
Exactly.
Let's try again. Maybe our phones were slow. Can you type in transition day again? Yeah, and the concordance? Because sometimes the Wi-Fi mess up and landlord might cut down, might cut the internet out, and let's look it up again. Right? We got to because sometimes it happens. Right? So Gabar's going to look it up again. All right? Now Gabar, you got good internet, right? You got good internet, that 5G stuff. All right? All right, so let's type it in again. And you brothers at home, type in, go on your phone, pull up the coordinates, open up the records, and type in the transition date that Moses gave. Right?
I just tried.
You tried?
Bible Hub.
You tried Bible. I like that site.
Blue Letter.
It's not on Blue Letter.
Yeah, I'm looking at
What else?
Google. Transition plus Bible.
He's doing his best. Right? And sometimes if they say you add the plus in there, you can get better results, right? On the search engines. But guess what? There's no transition day in the Bible. Right? No transition day in the Bible. Now, what else we want to talk about in this calendar? Besides the offness of your first Sabbath, your new moon don't count, then you have this day that doesn't exist. Right? Even though your new moon starts, it will have to be the 30th at sundown, but that day doesn't even matter. Now we're gonna get into
Salakia. And the discrepancy with brothers with the lunar calendar is the days of the week. They say it's just the day. How is it Friday sundown to Saturday sundown? Right?
Oh, go ahead, because I'm go ahead.
The problem is you're too worked up about the names of the days.
Exactly.
And who gives a damn with they can call it Orange Day.
Well, the prophets, they call, and these are the elect. You have months in the Bible like Nisan, Tammuz. Right. These are months that our forefathers kept, but they were named after Babylonian so-called gods. So the days we know Show me Friday sundown. That is the weakest argument of all time. Show me Friday. I can say, well, show me missiles in the Bible. Right? I can say, show me an RFID chip in the Bible. I can say, why don't you type in black man is an Israelite in the Bible? Right? That's madness. Just because you don't see the word Friday in the Bible doesn't mean that that day doesn't exist. That's just day 6 of the week.
And I got the months right here to prove it. You understand?
Right? This April, Abib. You got May, Zilph, right? June, Sylvan. July, the 4th month, Tammuz, like the brother said.
Yeah, that Tammuz, you have people weeping for Tammuz in Ezekiel the 8th chapter.
Yep. It says the 5th month, AV, right? The 6th, Elul, right? The 7th, Ethmam, the 8th, Bil, right? You got the 9th, Keslu, right? The 10th, Tebeth, right? The 11th, Sheba, and the 12th, Adar.
So there you have it, man, in the scriptures.
That's plain.
That's plain.
Go to Exodus 23 and 32. Show me Friday sundown and Saturday sundown in the Bible. Right? Let's prove that up. Can we go to the United Nations and say, stop calling this day Friday? Call it day 6. Right? Are they gonna look at you and say, well, what you better, go back to your ghettos, right? Your slums. Right? We understand that in the ancient world it was day 1 through day 7. And this captivity, and we went to you had a so-called job interview, right? And they said, well, what days can you work? Right? You told me I can only work day 4 and day 8, or day 3. What the hell are you talking about? How you gonna get that job? I can only work day 4 and they're like, what do you mean day 4? Right? Okay, I can only work on the transition day. Hold on now. What if you you got court, right? You got court, or you might have jury duty or whatever, and then they write you a letter. If I get that nasty letter in the mail, and that sticky envelope, and you open up the envelope, and you got jury duty, but it's on a transition day. Don't they send bitch warrants out? They might give you a warning. All right. I know one time I got a warning. They say, look, just make sure you're there the next time or whatever. What if you say it's a transition day? Where is that at in the Bible? Can you buy the transition day? Can you work? Do you rest? What do you do? When you're just waiting? What if you're waiting for days and it's an overcast? Or then it's a thunderstorm? Right? You're just sitting there and it's not on record. Nothing is on record. That's off. No transactions are on record. Nothing's accounted for because it don't exist. Let's read that.
Wow. Exodus chapter 23 and verse number 32.
You can't have 8-day weeks in the Bible. Let's read that.
Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. They shall not dwell in thy land, lest they make thee sin against me. For if thou serve their gods, it will surely be a snare unto thee.
Right? Now, all right, I found it. You can't make a covenant with these heathen and their gods. Now go to Exodus 23 and 13.
Exodus 23 and 13. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect.
Be circumspect.
And make no mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth.
Read that again.
Exodus 23 and 13. Right? And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect.
Pay attention, right? Go on. That's what it's saying. Circumspect. Read on.
And make no mention of the name of other gods,
right?
Neither let it be heard out of thy mouth.
Because they'll say, okay, you're worshiping Saturn, right? Or on Saturday, you're bowing down to Saturn. Have you ever, brothers, bowed down to Saturn? Right? That's madness. Now go to Nehemiah 2 and 1.
It's the book of Nehemiah.
Because the Lord just said, don't make mention of other gods. Right. Now let's read that.
Chapter 2 and verse 1. And it came to pass in the month Nisan, in the 12th year of Artaxerxes, the king, that wine was before him. And I looked up the wine and gave it unto the king. Now I had not been before time sad in his presence.
Now, hold on now. The Lord said that you can't make mention of other gods. Now you have our forefathers who in the scriptures who will use the name of another god to identify a month. So did Nehemiah go off? Was Nehemiah wicked? What did the Most High go to Nehemiah and say, what the hell are you doing? Right? You can't say Nisan, right? You have to say this name, right? You can't say Tammuz. You have to say this name, right? They're in captivity. You have to have a way to identify when things are done. You understand? So anything that's accounted for in this captivity, you have a day called Friday, you have a day called Saturday. You keep the Sabbath day, no matter what the day or the name of the week is, like the brother said, it can be called Orange Day, Day Green Day. That doesn't matter as long as you sanctify the Sabbath day. Brothers understand that?
God. And then there was another point that was made in the comments. It said, what about February? Now, if you look at it, we're not dealing with the months. We're dealing with strictly 6 working days, and the 7th day is what? The Sabbath day. So it doesn't matter which month it is, because it's still going to be a consecutive 6 days of working.
Right.
Then you have the 7th day to rest. Right? We're not looking, oh, this is March, so it can't be no more than X amount of. No, you're looking completely working 6 days, then you get to the 7th day, which is the Sabbath. Right? And then we'll touch on a part I was going to talk about in the later part of this section, but we can go on. I'm just showing, people get so worked up off the days of the week, the names of the days of the week, the names of the days of the month, but you missing the whole point of the topic.
Yeah.
We're showing you in the scriptures a consecutive 6 days of working, and then you get to the 7th.
And we're showing you that there's no transition day.
Right.
When did the Most High say, speak, okay, Moses, speak unto the children of Israel, right? And say it to them, right? Right? Speak unto the children of Israel and say it to them, okay, you have 6 days of work, and then then you have a day, but don't count that day because that's the transition day. And then you see the new moon, and then after the new moon, I need you to count 6 days. Now, can we, well, we don't have to go to that, but you got a point, King?
Now, I was agreeing with the brothers, like, even if you use the lunar Sabbath as the argument, if your new moon comes in like so-called February 3rd or February 4th, you still want to have so-called 3 Sabbaths in that same month.
Right. And sometimes with these, you'll have, there's something called a black moon. A black moon, you can get 2 so-called new moons and 1 lunar cycle. Like brothers heard of a blue moon, they say once in a blue moon. That's 2 full moons in a lunar cycle. A black moon is 2 so-called new moons in a lunar cycle. So how do you start your month off? Right? You're going off, you may have your 3rd Sabbath, then you got to start a new month in the middle of a lunar cycle. That's why the Most High didn't tell us to use the moon. Right? Because you can't base a consecutive 6 days based off of an instrument that varies. You understand, in the seasons. It would be madness. You got something?
I just brought it up. It says a black moon. I'm gonna go to the black moon. A black moon. The term black moon refers to an additional new moon that appears in a month or in a season. It also refers to the absence of a full moon or of a new moon in a month.
See that? So sometimes you might not. It might vary. In a span of 29.5 days, the Most High can have this thing shift, right? So how can that be a stable foundation to count 6 days of work? There's days you might not see the moon. So what do? Right? There's days where a lunar cycle, and you're looking at the moon and it's looking like a new moon for 2 days, then a few days later, and the cycle is all jammed up. Now, let's go to Exodus. Right? Actually, let's go to Leviticus 23 and 32. Right? Let's go to Leviticus chapter 23 and 32.
The book of
And we're going to touch on every point they bring out too. Right? Because it's only fair. It's only fair that we address points that they bring out. So you got brothers smashing their fingers on the keyboard, bleeding. Keep the L button for lunar Sabbath is jammed up, huh? Right? Let's bring that up.
Leviticus.
You brothers be patient. We're gonna touch on everything.
Salaki. And then I see what you say about the comments. They said let's go to Genesis 1 and 14 after that.
No, well, we're gonna address every point, so don't worry about it. And we're gonna address Genesis 1 and 14, Ezekiel 46 and 1, Exodus chapter 16. We're gonna address everything. Most I will.
Salaki, when brothers are watching this, right, the ones who are defending the lunar doctrine, right, once you get hit on the corner, what you supposed to do? You're supposed to throw your arm. Brothers who box, you're throwing it, trying to get up off the ropes, man. Brothers is just typing in anything to try to find something to get up off these ropes, man. No, the Lord is not the author of confusion, and all things are explained in the scriptures upon precept, man. Them haymakers not gonna work. Brothers ain't gonna be like, oh man, they just do that scripture out now.
They're not even haymakers.
These aren't haymakers, man. You're on the ropes because you can't deal with what the Lord is saying, man. Just be quiet, humble down, and listen. You may learn something.
Let's deal with that. Right, let's read that.
Leviticus 23 and 32. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest.
So we're going to show you when the day begins, right? We're going to show you when the day begins, and it's going to make sense. Go on.
And ye shall afflict your soul.
This is speaking about the Day of Atonement. You afflict your soul. That doesn't mean you torture yourself. It means you fast. Go on.
And the 9th day of the month at even.
At what?
At even.
When does the Day of Atonement start?
At even.
The Day of Atonement, any day, starts at the evening time. Once the sun goes down, go on.
From even unto even.
From evening unto evening
shall ye celebrate your Sabbath.
shall you celebrate your Sabbath. And we're going to go back to that because we're going to use that, right? But the point is, your day begins when the sun goes down. Let's go to Nehemiah 13 and 19, right? Nehemiah chapter 13 and 19. Nehemiah 13 and 19.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 13.
I got it.
Okay, bring it up.
And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut and charged that they should not be opened till after the Sabbath.
Because the sun goes down, and that's the beginning of a new day. Want to see that? That's plain. Let's go to Mark. Actually, go to Mark 1 and 30. Right? We're getting multiple witnesses to show you when the day begins.
Mark chapter 1 and verse 30. But Simon's wife's mother lay sick of a fever, and anon they tell him of her, and he came and took her by the hand and lifted her up, and immediately the fever left her.
Right? How shall I heal this woman? Go on.
And she ministered unto them, and at even when the sun did set, they brought unto him all that were diseased and them that were possessed with devils.
See that? Because the sun goes down on the and it starts a new day. So they brought the people to Yahushua to be healed. So when does the day begin? At even. Do you understand that? All right. The sun goes down and it's a new day. Even if you say a transition date that is not accounted for when the sun goes down. Right? Let's go to the book of Exodus 31 and 12. We want to make 2 clean points.
Come. It's the book of Exodus, chapter 31 and verse 12. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily my Sabbaths ye shall keep.
And we know the Lord kept the Sabbath on the 7th day, not the 8th day. The Lord's Sabbath isn't based off of the moon. Go on.
For it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations.
Yeah, if the Sabbath was based off of the moon, the Most High would have made the moon first. And then did the creation and rested based off of the moon. Because it says he gave us his Sabbath. His Sabbath is not based off of the moon. Read on, King.
That ye may know that I am the Lord that doeth sanctify you.
Right? What verse
Ye-
you at?
Verse 13,
Okay.
14. Ye shall keep the Sabbath, therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defileth it shall surely be put to death.
Right?
For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people.
Right?
6 days.
Read that again.
6 days
6 days
may work be done,
may work be done.
but in the 7th is the Sabbath of rest.
Brothers understand that. 6 days of work. The 7th day is the Sabbath of rest. Now we proved that the new moon is counted as a day. We went to Haggai, we went to Exodus, we went to Ezra, and we proved that this day is accounted for. So if the new moon's a day, that's supposed to be day 1, okay, day 2, day 3 is on the 3rd, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7 is supposed to be your Sabbath, but they say, no, we don't want to keep that. We want to do our own thing. We're going to keep it on the 8th. The Lord said 6 days. And the new moon has been proven that it's counted as a day. Because why in Exodus 40 is that day accounted for? Or in Haggai, or in Ezra. These days are accounted for, so that must be your first day of the week. That has to be your first day of the week. Because they're doing work on that day. So the 7th day would be on the 7th, but they said, hell no. Forget what the Most High said. We're going to do it on the 8th, and it is what it is. Let's go to the book of Exodus 35 and 1.
Exodus chapter 35 and verse 1. And Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of Israel together and said unto them, these are the words which the Lord hath commanded, and that ye should do them. 6 days.
6 days
shall work be done. But on the 7th day, there shall be to you an holy day, a Sabbath of rest to the Lord. Whosoever doeth work therein shall be put to death.
6 days of work, and then you have what after that? The Sabbath day. Right? That's 2 accounts. Let's get one more account just to drop the point home. Let's go to Deuteronomy. Actually, go to the New Testament. Right? Let's go to St. Luke 13 and 14. Right? Let's get one out the New Testament. It's never going to be 8-day weeks or 9-day weeks. That's folly and madness. And a week means 7. So you can't have an 8-day week.
St. Luke to the 13th verse number 14. And the ruler of the synagogue answered with indignation because that Yahushua had healed on the Sabbath day, and say unto the people, there are 6 days in which men ought to work.
No, 8 days, because the people around the time of Yahushua, they was following a lunar Sabbath for transition days. So they would have to say, okay, 6 days, and then, okay, Yahushua, sometimes it's 8 days, right? And then sometimes it's 9. Why did they say it's 6 days? Go on. That means they were going off, right?
There are 6 days in which men ought to work, and then therefore come and be healed, and not on the Sabbath day. The Lord then answered him and said, thou hypocrite, doth not each one of you on the Sabbath loose his ox or his ass from the stall and lead him away to watering? And ought not this woman, being a daughter of Abraham, whom Satan hath bound, lo, these 18 years, be loosed from this bond on the Sabbath day?
That's it on that. So the point is, Yahushua knew, and the people of his time knew, you had how many days of work?
6 days.
6 days, and then what after that?
7.
Can never be an 8-day week, right? You can never keep your Sabbath on the 8th day. That's off, because it's 6 days of work. And we proved, again, we're not going to let up on that the new moon is a day. Now, let's go back to, I want to read Ezekiel 20 and 12 again, right? Let's read that again. And we just getting started. We got a lot more we want to get into. Right? Let's bring that up.
Ezekiel chapter 20 and verse 12. Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths.
Now, when is the Lord's Sabbath? When is it? Was it ever on the 8th? So if the Lord gave us his Sabbath, can our Sabbath ever be on the 8th? All right. Or the 4th. It has to be the 7th day of a week.
That's right.
Nah, I was going to say neither the 15th day
Right.
or the 22nd or the 29th. Right? Like the brother said, 7 days. So if we multiply 7 times 2, that's 14. 7 times 3, that's 21. 7 times 4, that's 28. Right? It's never going to fall on any of the days that the so-called lunar Sabbath you keep it.
Yeah, that fixed so-called every 22nd, 20. That's madness. Now, let's read. Did you read Ezekiel 20 and 12? All right, now let's go to Luke chapter 4 and 16. All right, let's go to St. Luke chapter 4 and verse 16.
St. Luke chapter 4 and verse number 16. And
You got women in the comment who are going crazy. All right? Got women up there, hair wrap falling off.
Right.
Just to be wrong. Put your hair wrap back on and learn in silence, man. Let's read that.
St. Luke chapter 4 and verse 16. And he came to Nazareth.
This is Yahushua,
where he had been brought up.
born and raised.
And as his custom was.
What's a custom? Things you do in like a cycle, like tradition, right? A habit. That's a custom, right?
He went into the synagogue on the Sabbath day and stood up for to read. And there was delivered unto him the book of the prophet Isaiah. And when he had opened the book, he found the place where it was written.
Now, I want to go to the Sabbath day, right? So Yahushua's custom, we're going to go to the Greek. Because brothers that go to the Greek and use it for an entire doctrine. Right. Let's go to the Greek. Yahushua's custom, all the time, he goes on a Sabbath day, right? So the Greek word for Sabbath is Sabbaton. This is what he does every week. All right, what's the definition of the Sabbath? The seventh day of each week, which was a sacred festival on which the Israelites were required to abstain from all work, the institution of the Sabbath, the law for keeping every seventh day. Every seventh day. A single Sabbath, 7 days a week. So Yahushua was going to the synagogue every seventh day. You see that? Every seventh day. How's he going every seventh day if you have transition days? And he's basing it off the new moon. This is his custom, to go every seventh day. We keep the Sabbath every seventh day, right? It couldn't have been a new moon, right? It couldn't be based off of the new moon. Now, it says the Sabbath of the weekly repose from secular avocations are the interval between two Sabbaths, right? Or a Sabbath day. Because sometimes the word Sabbaton means you count your weeks based off of the end of the Sabbath, because that would be your day 1. Till the Sabbath comes back in, that would be day 7. So Yahushua's custom is to keep it every 7th day. Now, let's go. Let's get into it. Let's go to Mark 4 and 12. Let's talk about Yahushua and the crucifixion.
St. Mark chapter.
Now, I sincerely want to ask this question. Now, if brothers are on the comment board that keep the lunar Sabbath, Salakia, dang, I ain't had a brother here. Salakia, King. Brother can sincerely ask or answer how long Yahushua was in the grave, right? If you're keeping the lunar Sabbath and you want to press some buttons, you want to get that energy going on, just show us how many days Yahushua was in the grave, right? Just show us that, because we know how long he was in the grave. How long was he in the grave? 3 days, right? Now, 3 days, 3 nights. So if you're keeping the lunar Sabbath, why don't you just put in there, we're not going to do this often, but we'll just do it now, right? Show us how long Yahushua was in the grave. Somebody put it in there, right? Somebody said about 2 days and a half, all right? Somebody say 6 days. Somebody else show us. About. Where's about? About, right? If you're keeping the lunar Sabbath and you have a lot to say, show us how long Yahushua was in the grave. So, okay, somebody said 3 days and 3 nights. All right, that's fine.
3 days, 3 nights.
Okay, all right, what else? Somebody said 2.5. Somebody said about 2 days. All right, about.
Like a spades or something.
You count your books and spades.
Right.
And about maybe 3 books and
Right.
a possible.
Right.
Looking at this jack of spades, and I don't know if it's going to win one or not. Right? It's not going to win one. Now, hold on. You brothers keeping the lunar Sabbath, put it in there. What happened to all of the typing? What happened to the show it? Put it in there. Somebody said 1 day, but 3 days.
Somebody said 7.
Somebody said 7 days. Somebody said 7 days.
Wow.
Somebody said 3 transitions.
Somebody said 3 transitional days. All hell is breaking loose.
Hold on, wait. Somebody said,
If you're keeping a lunar Sabbath, show us how long Yahushua is in the grave.
come on, 1 day and 3 nights.
1 day and 3 nights?
And
Then somebody said about 2 days.
I'm,
Then somebody said maybe 3 days. So, you kind of ruffling the waters with this question.
Right.
You kind of ruffling the feathers. Somebody said 3 days. Let's go to St. Mark chapter 14 and 12.
St.
Right.
Mark chapter 14 and verse number 12.
Kind of damn short-circuiting off a question, man. Just one question. Oh, boy.
Salakia. And this right here, this is the neck choppers right here, man. This, when we was talking about the neck choppers, this is the neck chopper. So please pay attention. Don't be arguing with the people in the comments. Get your pencil, your pen, your pad, your highlighter, and please pay attention right here. This is very important.
Right. Now, like I said, we're not always going to address the comment board, but we'll just, sometimes we'll use it for edification's sake.
Right.
We'll do it in wisdom. Right? Now, let's bring this up. We're going to make a point.
St. Mark chapter 14 and verse number 12. And the first day of unleavened bread, when they killed the Passover.
So, hold on. Read that again.
Mark 14 and 12. And the first day of unleavened bread.
Of what day?
Of unleavened bread.
Like Amos said, we need brothers to pay attention. Just listen up. The first day of unleavened bread. You have something in the Bible called what? The Feast of Unleavened Bread. This is the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Go on.
When they killed the Passover.
When they do what?
When they killed the Passover.
When they do what?
When they killed the Passover.
When do they kill the Passover? On the first day of the unleavened bread. On the first day of unleavened bread.
Right.
They kill the Passover.
Right.
And we won't repeat it. On the first day of unleavened bread, they kill the Passover. I got another one real quick. What you got?
I'm gonna get the same thing written by Luke.
Okay.
Yeah,
Two,
kind of mean, yeah, 22 and 1.
All
It's the book of Luke, chapter 22 and 1.
Oh.
Now the feast of unleavened bread drew nigh, which is called the Passover.
That's plain.
That's plain.
The Feast of Unleavened Bread is coming up. The first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread is the Passover. Go back, read Mark 14 and 12 again.
Mark chapter 14 and verse number 12. And the first day of unleavened bread, when they killed the Passover.
Did Mark go off? Was Mark wicked? Go to damn, what is that? Philippians. It says Mark is profitable to me for the ministry. What's that? I believe that's in Mark.
2 Timothy.
Might be Philippians, right? Let's get that precept. Let's go to the book.
I got the precept, King.
Oh, you got it? All right, bring it out. Throw out
Con.
King.
This is 2 Timothy chapter 4 and verse
11.
verse 11. 2 Timothy 4 and 11. You hear me?
Con.
It says, only Luke is with me. Take Mark and bring him with thee, for he is profitable to me for the ministry.
So the Lord said Mark is profitable. So Mark didn't go off. Otherwise, Paul is a liar. He labeled with Mark. He would know if Mark was profitable or not. He would have said, Mark, that's not when the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread is, right? You're doing your own thing. Even the Apostle Paul, I'm sure he had discernment. He said he knows all things, Mark didn't go off. Let's read the book of, let's go to Exodus 12 and 1. Right? Let's get right into it. Exodus chapter 12 and 1.
It's the book of Exodus, chapter 12 and verse number 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, this month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you.
Right? Go on.
Speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, in the 10th day of this month, they shall take to them every man a lamb according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for a house.
Right?
And if the household be too little for the lamb,
This is the ordinance of the Passover. All All right, we're reading about the Passover and how to keep it. Go on.
Let him and his neighbor next unto the house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the land.
Yeah, your household might be too small, so me and the Ryan, we'll keep the Passover together. Right? One time, me and the Buck kept the Passover together. Right? Go on.
Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats.
All right, now, brothers that keep the lunar Sabbath, from what I know, they can correct me if I'm wrong. They can say, no, not problem. That's not what it is. And I'll say, okay, you're right. They keep they say the Passover is the 14th day, right? I've heard the 13th day at evening. It starts the 13th day at evening. I've heard that. I've heard the Passover is the 13th day at evening, right? Or, you eat your Passover the 13th day at evening. All right, let's go on. Let's say you eat your Passover the 13th day at evening.
Verse number 6. And ye shall keep it until the 14th day of the same month.
You keep your lamb up to the 14th day of the same month.
And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening.
And the what?
In the evening.
You kill your lamb in the evening.
Right.
So if you're killing your lamb in the evening of the 14th day, what day is that? The 15th day. Does everybody see that? Even though it's the 14th day at evening, what day is that?
15th.
The 15th, because the day begins with what? When the sun goes down, right? That's why Mark said the day of unleavened bread, June 9, which is the Passover, even in Luke. Now, let's read on.
Right. Verse number 7. And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the two side posts and on the upper door posts of the houses wherein they shall eat it.
Right.
And they shall eat the flesh in that night.
And that night,
roast with fire and unleavened bread,
right,
and with bitter herbs they shall eat it.
Now hold that. Go to Leviticus 23 and 5. We're gonna go back to that. Right? Leviticus 23 and I believe I want 5.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 23 and verse number 5. In the 14th day of the first month at even.
At what?
At even.
At what?
At even.
The 14th day of the first month at evening. When the sun goes down is what? Read on. It's the 15th day, but it's what?
Is the Lord's Passover.
Read that again.
Leviticus 23 and 5. In the 14th day of the first month at even.
At evening
is the Lord's Passover.
Everybody, let's make sure we're on one accord. The Lord said that we all speak the same thing. When is the Passover? Somebody say it.
The 14th day at evening.
14th day
The 14th
evening.
day at evening. What day is that?
The 15th day.
15th day.
The 15th day. The 15th day is what? The Passover.
Tell you that in 6.
Come on, let's read. Hold on, let's read 5 again.
Leviticus chapter 23, verse number 5.
And we have to, like I said, go slow,
Right.
so we can make sure we understand the point, right?
In the 14th day of the first month at even is the Lord's Passover.
When is Passover?
14th day at even.
Which is what day?
The 15th day.
All right, go on.
And on the 15th day of the same month.
When did your 15th day begin?
At even.
Of what
That
day?
evening.
All right. So the 14th day at evening is your 15th day. Or am I tripping? I'm not tripping. Am I going off? All right. The 14th day at evening is your 15th day. And the Lord said, on this same day, go on. And this is just reading, comprehension. Go on.
And on the 15th day of the same month,
Which would have began 14th day at evening. On the 15th day of the same month
is the feast of unleavened bread.
is what?
The feast of unleavened bread unto the Lord.
Right?
7 days ye must eat unleavened bread.
So the 14th day at evening is the 15th day. On this day is the beginning of your Feast of Unleavened Bread. You begin your Feast of Unleavened Bread with the meal called the Passover. That's the first day, Sluggard. That's the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Brother, see that? Now, let's go to the book of St. Matthew 26 and 17.
So Lockie, and they still saying we're going off just by reading the scripture. I don't understand this.
How's that going on?
I don't understand.
We don't want to address the comic book too much.
All right.
Does that make sense, brothers? Now, y'all could be, you don't have to look at us and say, well, y'all are going off. And we always encourage the congregation to ask questions. We won't kick brothers out for asking questions, right? We won't, we're not those guys. We love y'all. We want brothers to understand the truth. And you watching online, we want you to understand what's going on. Your day begins, hold on, we're gonna hold the questions, King. Your day begins in the evening time. So your Passover is the 14th day at evening, which is the 15th day. On that same day, that's the beginning of your Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now,
It's a little bit more than that too.
what?
On that
Leviticus?
23.
All right, can we get that first Bible shot? Matthew.
Matthew chapter 26. Right.
Verse 17.
Come.
Matthew chapter 26 and verse number 17. Now the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the disciples came to Yahweh,
This is the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Go on.
saying unto him, where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover?
See that? You eat the Passover on the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That's plain, right? So your Feast of Unleavened Bread starts the 14th day at evening. Brothers understand that? In the ancient world, when you were in the land of Egypt, you ate your Passover on the 14th day at evening, and on the morrow just means morning. It's a word that's misused in the English language, right? Morrow is the morning. So the morning of that, as the sun was coming up, we were on our way out of Egypt. That's the 15th day. Now you want to bring that out in Leviticus, and we're going to show you why we're bringing that out in Leviticus 23. All right, we're gonna make it plain why we're bringing this out, because we're gonna talk about Yahweh Shah, Hamashiach, Wamallah, Hatazadah, right?
That's right. Right. So real fast, Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 7. It says, in the first day ye shall have an holy convocation,
Right?
ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord 7 days, and the seventh day is an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work.
Right? So yeah, go ahead.
Right, so that first day, right, it's supposed to be a holy convocation, right, where you make the sacrifice of the lamb, right, which is that 14th day at evening, right, which is the 15th day, right. That's why you have even as we get into Matthew the 26th chapter, you have Yahweh Shai and the disciples, right, getting ready to gather together, right, because that first day, that 14th day at evening, which is the 15th day, right, that's when you have that Passover meal, right, because it's the holy convocation.
That's fine. He ate the Passover on the 14th day at evening. Right. You have certain brothers saying, well, he didn't eat the Passover. The feast of, they say you have the Passover, and the day after that is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. This is what brothers are saying. They're saying you have the Passover, and the day after that is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Well, your Feast of Unleavened Bread begins with the Passover. Now, let's go to the book of Luke 22 and 7. Right? Let's go to St. Luke chapter 22 and 7.
I got it. God. It's the book of Luke, chapter 22 and verse 7. Then came the day of unleavened bread, when the Passover must be killed. And he sent Peter,
right,
and John, saying, go and prepare us the Passover, that we may eat. And they said unto him, where wilt thou that we prepare?
Let's sit on that. So we just made the point to let you know that your Passover is the first day of what feast week? Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now, let's go to the book of Mark 14 and 17.
St. Mark, chapter 14, right, and verse number 17. And in the evening he cometh with the 12. And as they sat and did eat, Yahweh said, verily I say unto you, one of you which eateth with me shall betray me.
So what meal are they eating? The Passover on the 15th day. All right, that's plain. Now, I want to kind of speed things up because we got a lot we want to get into. So let's go to the book of Mark 14 and 32. Right, we're just going to give you a quick timeline, right? And we're going to pull this up so brothers can see what's going on, right? Let's pull that up. Oh, Salaki, bear with me. Hold on, bear with me 1 second. All right, we're going to give brothers pretty much a visual, right? We're going to give you a visual of what's going on. All right, so let's read that.
St. Mark 14 and verse number 32.
Can brothers see what's on the screen? So what you're looking at is a timeline of Yahweh Shai, the crucifixion and the resurrection, according to scripture. So let's read that.
And they came to a place which was named Gethsemane, and he said to his disciples, sit ye here while I shall pray.
So after Passover on the 15th day, they're going in the gardens of Yahweh Shai is going to pray. You understand that? This is around 12 a.m. He's going to pray. So we'll just give you the timeline and let you know when Yahweh Shai was crucified. Let's go to Luke 22 and actually Matthew 26 and 50. So Yahweh Shai went to pray. What happened after he prayed? Who came to betray him? Judas. Right? This is around 1 a.m. Let's read that.
St. Matthew chapter 26 and verse number 50. And Yahweh said unto him, friend, wherefore art thou come? Then came they and laid hands on Yahweh and took him. And behold, one of them which were with Yahweh stretched out his hand and drew his sword and struck a servant of the high priest and smote off his ear.
Yeah, Peter chopped off, I believe that's Malchus, chopped off the high priest servant ear. This is around 1 a.m. What day is this still happening on? What day, brothers? The 15th day. I want brothers to follow along. The 15th day, this is still happening. Because he ate the Passover at the sundown, which is the 15th day, and around so-called 1 in the morning, he's being delivered up to be betrayed. Now go to John 18 and 13. Right? Like I said, we want to chop it up into pieces so everybody can understand. And this is going to obliterate how brothers follow the lunar Sabbath.
St. John chapter 18 and verse number 13. And led him away to Annas first, for he was father-in-law to Caiaphas, which was the high priest that same year.
So after he was betrayed, they didn't just put him on a cross. Remember, he had trials, right? And they gave him to Annas the high priest, right? Now, that's around 1:30 to around 3 a.m., maybe 2:30 a.m., 2:45, all right? Now, after he got delivered to Annas, he got sent to Caiaphas. Caiaphas is going to put him on trial because he's the actual high priest, but they favored Annas the high priest. The Romans did. So this is still on what day, brothers? Be on one accord. What day?
15th
The
day.
Passover, which is
The 15th day.
the 15th day. Now it went to Caiaphas. Go to Matthew 26 and 57. This is still the 15th day. Yahweh Shai did not get crucified on the 14th day. It was the 15th day. All right, let's read on.
St. Matthew chapter 26 and verse number 57. And they that laid hold on Yahweh led him away to Caiaphas,
To Caiaphas,
the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were assembled.
you see that? Now this is around, you can look on the screen. anywhere between 3 a.m. to 5:30 a.m., he's on trial. Read Matthew the 26th chapter. That's why the apostles was falling asleep. They was up all night. They was up all night, man. And they couldn't keep it. And Yahushua gotta be drained. He gotta be tired, man. Hell, imagine staying up all night.
And I was about to add too, he got jumped, man. They
Yeah.
beat him that night.
Yeah.
And then he had to drag him out,
Yeah.
getting led around. You understand? I'm gonna bring out one quick point
Huh.
though. You get to book of John chapter 18, real fast.
That's why he couldn't bear the cross.
There you go.
You know, he couldn't bear the cross.
It's the book of John, chapter 18, and verse number 3. It says, Judas then, having received a band of men and officers from the chief priests and Pharisees, cometh thither with lanterns and torches and weapons. So it had to be nighttime, man.
Right.
You can't see in the dark at night. You understand? So they grabbed them up, they bound them up, like the brother said, and brought them to Ananias and Caiaphas.
Con.
And that trial is anywhere between 3 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. After he went to Caiaphas, they delivered him to Pontius Pilate. Right? Let's get that in John 18 and 36. So he's being tossed to and fro. Right? John 18 and 36. They did this early in the morning because they had to get it done, because at 6 a.m. is when a Roman so-called civil day started. So they had to get a false conviction, so they can go to Pilate and say, look, this guy's a criminal. That's why they did it so early in the morning, right? Let's read that.
John 18 and 36, Yahushua answered, my kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, then would my servants fight, that I should not be delivered to the Jews, but now is my kingdom not from hence. Pilate therefore said unto him, art thou a king then? Yahushua answered, thou sayest that I am a king.
Yeah, that's it on that. So he got led to Pontius Pilate, right? You see that? What day is this?
The 15th day.
15th day.
Brothers on one accord. What day is this?
15th day.
The
15th day.
Right.
After he got led to Pontius Pilate sent him to Herod. Right? Let's get that in Luke 23 and 8. Because Pontius Pilate said, I don't find no fault in this man. What did he do? Huh? We'll give him to Herod. This is his. Herod was the governor, right? So he said he's from Galilee, right? Let Herod deal with him. Go on.
St. Luke 23 and verse number 7.
No, 23 and 8.
Verse 8. And when Herod saw Yahushua, he was exceeding glad, for he was desirous to see him for a long season, because he had heard many things of him, and he hoped to have seen some miracles done by him.
Yeah, cardinal guy, right? So after he got delivered to Herod, what happened? They sent him back to Pontius Pilate. What day is this?
The 15th day.
What day is it?
The 15th day.
The 15th day. He got sent back to Pilate. Go to Luke 23 and 13. Herod said, all right, I'll give you back to Pontius Pilate. All right.
Verse 13. And Pilate, when he had called together the chief priests and the rulers of the people, said unto them, ye have brought this man unto me as one that perverted the people. And behold, I, having examined him before you, have found no fault in this man touching those things whereof he accused.
So if you're looking on the chart, right, this is anywhere between 8 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. He's been up all night, getting beat, being tossed to and fro, being tortured, being falsely accused, being examined. What day is this?
The 15th day.
The 15th day. Now, what happened after Pontius Pilate was done with him? They put him on a cross. Let's go to Mark 15 to 25. Right? They put him on a cross around 9 a.m. Right? Mark, what I call it? 15. Come.
St. Mark to the 15th and verse 25. And it was the third hour.
The third hour is 9 a.m. The first hour is 6 a.m. The second hour is 7 a.m. The third, it's like 7 to 8, and the third hour starts at 9. So this is 9 a.m. Go on.
And it was the third hour, and they crucified him.
And they crucified him. So he was on the cross at 9 a.m. Now, what day is this?
15th day.
The 15th day. Let's go to the book of Matthew 27 and 45. So they put him on the cross at 9 a.m., but something happened. Right? There was darkness over the land around 12 p.m. Right? Let's bring it up.
The book of St. Matthew, chapter 27 and verse number 45. Now, from the 6th hour,
That's 12 p.m.
there was darkness over all the land until the 9th hour.
So they put him on the cross at 9 a.m. Then around noon, there was darkness over the land from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. Go on.
And about the 9th hour,
About 3 p.m. around the time of the evening sacrifice. Go on.
Yahushua cried with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. That is to say, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?
Read.
Some of them that stood there, when they heard that, said, this man calleth for Elias.
Right, because he said Alayah, which is similar pronunciation to Elijah in the Hebrew. Go on.
And straightway one of them ran and took a sponge and filled it with vinegar and put it on a reed and gave him to drink.
Right.
The rest said, let us see whether Elias shall come to save him.
They're off. Go on.
Yahushua, when he cried again with a loud voice, yielded up the ghost, and behold, the veil of the temple.
Let's sit on that. So he gave up the ghost at what time? 3 p.m. What day is this?
15th day.
The 15th day. So now, after he's crucified, they have to hurry up and get him off the cross. Why do you hurry up and get him off the cross? Let's get the law in Deuteronomy, I believe that's 23 and 21. Right? Deuteronomy 23 and 21.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse number 21. And it reads, when thou shalt vow unto the Lord.
No, that ain't what I
Yeah,
want.
21.
21 and
Salaki.
20. God, that's what I want. Salaki, you want the water.
Deuteronomy 21 and 22. And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be put to death, and thou hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night upon the tree,
Right?
but thou shalt in any wise bury him that day.
That what?
That day.
That day you bury him. Go on.
For he that
Meaning before the sun goes down. Right?
for he that is hanged is a curse of God, that thy land be not defiled, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for inheritance.
So we're going to show you that they hurried up and got his body off the cross to bury him on what day?
15th day.
The 15th day. Now, what's significant about the 15th day according to a lunar Sabbath?
It's the Shabbat.
It's their weekly Sabbath. Let's pull up the calendar again. So according to a lunar calendar, the Sabbath day, their weekly Sabbath, is the day that Yahweh Shai is in the grave. Their weekly Sabbath. You brother see that? Because Yahweh Shai was crucified on the 15th day.
Right.
They put him in the grave before sundown. He was crucified on their weekly Sabbath. Brothers understand that? Now, let's get Joseph of Arimathea rushing to get his body off the cross. Right? I believe that's Mark 15. Right, was that 15 and 42?
I get it.
Come on, you got it.
It's the book of John, chapter 19, verse 38. And after this, Joseph of Arimathea, being a disciple of Yahushua, but secretly for fear of the Jews, besought Pilate that he might take away the body of Yahushua. And Pilate gave him leave.
And this is a bold thing to do, man. He then kicked the door down and said, "Where is my Lord?" After burying him before the sun goes down. On what day?
The 15th day.
According to the lunar Sabbath, what day is this for them?
The Sabbath.
Their Sabbath. According to them, Yahushua was crucified on their weekly Sabbath. Go on.
He came therefore and took the body of Yahushua. And there came also Nicodemus, which at the first came to Yahushua by night and besought a mixture of myrrh and aloes about 100 pound weight. Then took they the body of Yahushua and wounded it in linen clothes
Right? That's our custom.
with the spices, as the manner of the Jews is to bury.
That's what we do. So we buried him before the sun went down on the 15th day. That's the weekly Sabbath. Now, brothers, look on the calendar. When will be their next Sabbath?
22nd.
The 22nd. The 22nd. How long was it how we shot in the grave?
3 days.
Go to Matthew 12 and 40. So hold on now. If he's in the grave on their weekly Sabbath, and then you have 3 days and 3 nights, so I'm going to show you that it was another Sabbath right after that. So how can you have a weekly Sabbath, 3 days and 3 nights, and another weekly Sabbath? It doesn't make any sense. It's madness. It's madness. That's why some men say he was in the grave 6 days. Well, let's see who's true. Man or Hamashiach or Malak Yahushua? The King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Read that.
Matthew chapter 12 and verse number 40.
Right?
For as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights.
No, one brother said about 2 days.
For as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights.
Some guys said, well, maybe it was a day and 2 nights.
For as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth.
How long was Yahushua in the grave?
3 days and 3 nights.
What day was it?
The 15th day.
What day is that for you keeping the lunar Sabbath?
The Sabbath day.
There's Sabbath day. There's Sabbath day. Brothers following that.
So, like, can we simplify it so
Sure.
people don't?
Okay.
The 15th day is the Sabbath if you're keeping the lunar Sabbath.
That's
Right? So 3 days and 3 nights, right? So we're just reiterating. So can't nobody act simple
Right.
and say they don't get it. Right? Simplifying it.
Come.
This is the Sabbath day.
According to the lunar Sabbath.
Right.
Now, we're going to pull up this calendar again. All right. 3 days and 3 nights. They buried him that day. Go to Matthew 27 and I believe I want verse 2. Right?
St. Matthew chapter 27 and verse number 2. And when they had bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate, the governor.
Now jump to 62, right? That's what I want.
Verse number 62. Now the next day,
The what?
the next day,
So the day he was crucified is counted as a day when he was in the grave. This is the next day because it's nighttime. You understand that? This is the evening time. This is the next day. He was in the grave 3 days and 3 nights. When he was crucified, that's a day, a portion of light.
Right.
This is the evening time, which starts another day of 24 hours.
right?
Read that again.
St. Matthew chapter 27 and verse number 62. Now the next day.
And it's not a daylight period because the day begins in the evening time.
Right.
This is at night, and they got a council going on. Go on.
The next day that followed the day of the preparation,
Right?
the chief priests and Pharisees came together unto Pilate,
Right?
saying, Sir, we remember that deceiver
And
said,
they're slanderers. They slander the Lord in his grave. How wicked can you be? They're not letting up, huh? Evil men. Right? That deceiver.
said while he was yet alive, after 3 days,
After what?
3 days,
After 3 days.
I will rise again.
Right?
Command therefore that the sepulchre be made sure until the 3rd day,
Until the 3rd day,
lest his disciples come by night
come by night.
and steal him away, and say unto the people, he is risen from the dead, so the last error shall be worse than the first.
So they want to make sure that they knew in the spirit what would happen, but they said, okay, look, put a bodyguard, lest the disciples steal him away and say he rose from the dead and cause chaos. Right? So this is the next day. Now, he was in the grave 3 days
and what?
3 nights.
3 nights.
Right.
3 days and 3 nights. He was in the grave right here. Then you had the nighttime, and then you had the daytime, which is day 2. Then you had nighttime, the second night. Then he was in the grave, the third so-called period of light, third day. Then he rose at night before the sun came up. He rose at night before the sun came up. Go to John 20:1. John 20:1. Now, according to them, hold on. Let's make a point. How long will Yahweh Shai have to be in the grave in order for it to be a next Sabbath? Let's just
7 days.
6 whole days.
6 whole days.
6 whole days.
You have to be in there 6 days for it to be another Sabbath.
Right.
Our brothers following along. If not, just let us know. We'll, like, if you want to keep it, fundamental. He was in the grave 3 days and 3 nights. John 20:1. Bible to show.
St. John chapter 20 and verse number 1. The first day of the week.
The what?
The first day of the
So
week.
this is after the Sabbath. Right? This is your so-called Saturday night to Sunday night. The first day of the week, because your day don't begin Sunday sunrise, like Christianity, your day begins Saturday night. Right? Which is the first day of the week. Go on.
So like, can we go up to verse 42 and start right there? 19 and 42?
Okay.
St. John chapter 19 and verse number 42. There laid they Yahweh Shai, therefore, because of the Jews' preparation day, for the sepulchre was nigh at hand.
Right? So this is giving you the understanding that it's the preparation day. The preparation day to what? The Shabbat.
Right.
God.
That's a plain cut. This is the preparation day. Right? But according to them, this is their weekly Sabbath.
Right. It was already the weekly Sabbath.
Right. But this is what they say. Well, it's the 14th day, and the next day after, it was the Sabbath. No, that's not what it was, because they ate the Passover on the 15th day, which is their weekly Sabbath. But they're calling this the preparation day. How is it your preparation day and your weekly Sabbath? Now, hold on. Oh boy, you see how Can I finish that real quick? John 20:1.
St. John chapter 20 and verse number 1. The first day of the week cometh Mary Magdalene early, when it is yet dark.
So this is your so-called Saturday night, but it's after the Sabbath. So this is around anywhere between like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., right? She came first, and other women came after that. You read in Matthew the 20th chapter. Right, go on.
Unto the sepulchre, and seeth the stone taken away from the sepulchre.
That's all we want on that. She came on the first day of the week. Now let's go on. Hold on, we can read on.
Then she runneth and cometh to Simon Peter and to the other disciple, whom Yahweh loves.
That's John the Revelator.
And said unto them, they have taken away the Lord out of the sepulchre, and we know not where they have laid him.
So he rose already. Christianity, they say Sunday morning. So how do you get 3 days and 3 nights from Friday night to Sunday morning? It's impossible. He didn't rise Sunday morning, right? He rose in the evening time. So they came she came while it was yet dark, as the sun was about to come up, and he already rose. You understand that? So if he already rose after 3 days and 3 nights, and this is after the Sabbath day, how could they be keeping a lunar Sabbath? Because their Sabbath is the 15th. Let's look on the calendar. Their Sabbath is the 15th. He was in the grave 3 days and 3 nights, right? So how do you have a Sabbath day 3 days after your weekly Sabbath?
But we cut ourselves. I don't understand it.
That's why they're unlearned, and that's okay. You have a weekly Sabbath day. 3 days later, it's the first day of the week. I thought the Sabbath was the 7th day of the week. So how do you have 3 days later, it's the first day of the week? It's madness. You mean to tell me it's the 15th, 3 days later, it's the first day of the week? That's ridiculous. That's like real quick. That shows you the error
and the lies of the lunar Sabbath.
I was gonna say, repeat that one more time, Bobby Shaw.
Now, let's walk slow. The 15th day is their weekly Sabbath. 3 days and 3 nights later, it's another Sabbath day. How is that possible? It makes no sense. Now, we'll show you, right? We know he was crucified on the 15th. We proved that thoroughly. He was in the grave. That was the first portion of the light. He was in the grave. Then night 1, day 2, night 2, day 3, night 3. He rose. They came as the sun was coming up right after the Sabbath, which makes no sense. How are they coming right after the Sabbath day if the Sabbath was just on the 15th? It's ridiculous. Go to Matthew 28:1. How are they explain? How do you explain that? How do you explain a weekly Sabbath 3 days later and it's another Sabbath day? Unless Yahweh Shah is a liar. Brother better watch their mouth. You call the Lord a liar, man. The Lord cut off your damn lips and your tongue out your mouth, man. So lie on the Lord if you want to. Say the Lord was in the grave longer than 3 days and 3 nights if you want to. Say it was 6 days. Say it was 5 days. And you might not make it. Call the Lord a liar. Bear false witness on Yahweh Shah. How do you have a Sabbath day 3 days later and it's another Sabbath? According to a lunar calendar. Ridiculousness. Bring that up.
St. Matthew, chapter 28 and verse number 1. In the end of the Sabbath.
Uh-oh. Now it's getting a little bit better. At the end of the Sabbath. What Sabbath is this? Right? Go on, because they just had their Sabbath 3 days ago.
Right.
So you have a Sabbath day 3 days later and another Sabbath.
Gotta bring that up again.
Salakia, and the Passover is a Sabbath day. If you go to Leviticus 23, it tells you it's a Sabbath day.
But it's not the weekly Sabbath.
Exactly.
Because you have 2 different Sabbaths. You have annual Sabbath day, and this is what I don't know if brothers understand this or they might not know it, so we're not going to beat you up. But you have 2 Sabbath days, right? You have annual Sabbath days, like the Day of Atonement, which falls on the 10th day of the month, but it's a Sabbath, right? You have, like the brother said, the first day and the 8th day of the Feast of Tabernacles are Sabbath days. You understand? The Passover is counted as a Sabbath, but it's not the weekly Sabbath. Do brothers understand that? That's why you have ordinances like, okay, you should do no servile work. Okay, you can't do this on that day. Because you have 2 Sabbath days. You're keeping 2 cycles. One off of the moon for your feast, and you have a weekly cycle for the Sabbath.
Salaki, and I want to, can we go to, I know you want to deal with, I just want to touch Leviticus 23 real quick.
God.
Right? Can we get that with Leviticus 23? God. For the Passover. Because like the brother was showing, the lunar Sabbath, it wouldn't have to be mentioned in Leviticus 23 that the first day and the last day would be Sabbath days. Because it would be already understood if you're going by the moon. So it would make no sense for the Lord to say, this day is a Sabbath day if it's already a Sabbath day. That makes 0 sense at all. Why would I tell this brother, yo, we're parked on 7th Street, but I'm like, yo, remember, we're on 7th Street. Right. He already knows we're on 7th Street because he parked on 7th Street.
Right.
So if it's the 15th day, which is, can we go back to that calendar, Bobby Shaw? This is the ideology that you have to read the scriptures with. Look, the 15th day will be the Sabbath, right? King. The 15th day will be the Sabbath. That will already be known if we're doing it by the lunar Sabbath.
Right.
So why would the Lord tell us that day and then 7 days later it will be a Sabbath if it was already ordained that we knew that?
Do brothers understand that?
I made that make sense.
Yeah, and it's plain upon tables that he may run that readeth it. Did you still want to get that Leviticus?
No, we don't have to.
All right, okay. So here, and let's sum up this point.
Oh, so like somebody said, let's prove it. Somebody said,
all right, okay, all right. Let's go to it.
Not to get off topic or nothing, right? This Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 7, right? Well, we'll start at 6. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread unto the Lord. 7 days you must eat unleavened bread. And the first day ye shall have a holy convocation, ye shall do no servile work therein. What are the only days you don't do servile work? The Sabbath days. That shows you that it's a Sabbath day. So why would the Lord tell you that if we already knew it was a Sabbath day?
Plain.
Plain upon tables, man.
Plain. Now, go, what we got? Oh, we got that thing.
Yeah.
We're gonna hold, can we hold that?
Yeah.
Can we, what did I call?
Matthew 28.
Yeah, let's read it one more, because I want to sum up this point in case people are lost, because they saw the timeline and try to figure out what's going on. All right, let's read that again.
St. Matthew chapter 28 and verse number 1. And the end of the Sabbath.
So the 15th day, and we're going to keep saying it, because don't the Lord repeat itself over and over, right? Over and over, because our people are hard-headed, right? What do you mean? If the Most High told us one time about the Sabbath, our people will forget about it. It's all throughout the scriptures. You read about the Sabbath all throughout in Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. The Most High didn't let up. So we're not going to let up.
Right.
We have to teach you how to keep the commandments. This is the simplicity, right? Of Mashiach Yahushua. Now, according to them, we're going to do this one more time. Let's bring it home. And I want brothers to pay attention. The 15th day is their weekly Sabbath. Yahushua was in the grave 3 days and 3 nights. And then it's the end of the Sabbath day. Well, how does that make sense when their next Sabbath is supposed to be the 22nd? He would have had to be in the grave for 6 days. Was Yahushua in the grave for 6 days? St. Luke 18 and 32.
St. Luke.
This is why certain brothers lie on the Lord and say he was in the grave for 6 days.
St. Luke chapter 18 and verse number 32. For ye shall be delivered unto the Gentiles, and shall be mocked, and spitefully entreated, and spitted on, and they shall scourge him, and put him to death. And the third day.
No, the 6th day.
The third day.
No, on the 21st, or maybe the 22nd.
The third day.
Right?
He shall rise again.
Not Sunday like Christianity. You understand? Because the day begins in the evening. He already rose. So that means he would have rose before the sun came up. He's the Lord of the Sabbath. That's plain. And that's deeper than him just saying, he made the Sabbath.
Right.
If you want to get deeper, he gave Moses the Sabbath. If you want to dig, Yahushua was there with Moses. So if anybody knows about the Sabbath day that was kept, it would have been Mashiach Yahushua. Who technically, if brothers got ears to hear, he gave Moses the law. You understand? With all of the angels. So the same law that he gave Moses, he said, Moses wrote of me. So he would have been keeping the same Sabbath based off of Moses. Now, did Yahushua ever tell Moses about a transition day? Did the angels ever tell him about a transition day? So why would Yahushua be keeping something that has something to do with a transition day? Madness. Madness. Do brothers understand that? Now, let's go to the book of Luke 24 and 21.
St. Luke.
This is still the first day of the week.
Right. St. Luke chapter 24 and verse number 21. But we trusted that it had been he which should have redeemed Israel. And beside all this, today is the third day.
Right?
Since these things were done.
So he arose on the third day. 3 days and 3 nights is still called the third day. Even I believe when you read Esther, Esther said, I'm a fast for 3 days and 3 nights. Then on the third day, she went before the king. You understand? Because we got to get our minds out of this Western Americanized lifestyle, right? When you think the day begins at sunrise and night really means this. 3 days and 3 nights, Yahushua still calls it 3 days. Right. Let's get that real quick in Esther. I want to prove that. Right? Because they might say, well, how come they didn't say the third night? I thought it was 3 days and 3 nights. Right. Esther 4 and 16.
Esther chapter 4 and verse number 16. Go gather together all the Jews that are present in Shushan, and fast ye for me. and neither eat nor drink 3 days, night or day.
3 days, night or day.
I also and my maidens will fast likewise, and so will I go in and say the king, which is now according to the law, and if I perish, I perish.
That's one of my favorite precepts, man. She said, hey, it is what it is.
She went hard, man.
Alright,
I gotta save my people. If I gotta die,
Hey, it is what it is.
right. What it is.
if I perish, I'll perish. She went hard. Go to Esther 5:1. She said, how long would she be fasting?
3 days and
3 days and 3 nights. Is Esther a liar?
Lie.
All right, let's go on.
Esther, chapter 5 and verse number 1. Now it came to pass on the 3rd day.
Hold on, the 3rd day. It's the same thing. She fasted 3 days and 3 nights, but it's called the 3rd day. You understand? Brother, see that? Go on.
Then Esther put on her royal apparel and stood in the inner court of the king's house over against the king's house, and the king sat upon his royal throne in the royal house over against the gate of the house.
Now go back to Luke 24 and 21. That's what he said. Besides this is the 3rd day. Because even though it's 3 days and 3 nights, they still know that's counted as a 3rd day. Right?
Bring it up.
Part of in Hebraic culture, part of a day is still that day. Right? And that's what brothers have to understand. That's why Yahweh Shah was buried that day, but they said the next day is started at night. You understand? So that's plain. So yeah, that's why we know he rose on a Shabbat, on a Sabbath. Right? Let's bring that up.
Luke chapter 24 and verse number 21. But we trusted that it had been he which should have redeemed Israel. And beside all this, today is the 3rd day.
This is later during the 1st day of the week,
Right.
after the Sabbath. And he's talking to the apostles. Not the 6th day, not the 4th day. This is the 3rd day, and he's talking to the apostles. This is the sun coming, this is the sun around his peak. And he's talking to the apostles after he resurrected. Well, see that? So how do you have a lunar Sabbath on the 15th, 3 days later, it's a Sabbath. And he's talking to the apostles on the 1st day of the week.
Can you explain it one more time slower?
Yeah, I want to use John 20 and 19 to help out.
St. John chapter 20 and verse number 19. Then the same day.
This is still the 1st day of the week.
The same day at evening.
Now, this is the same day at evening, right? Go on.
The same day at evening being the 1st day of the week.
Do brothers understand that? The same day at evening being, brother, I'm confused. I don't get it. The same day at evening being the 1st day of the week. Go on.
The same day at evening being the 1st day of the week,
Right.
when the doors were shut, where the disciples were assembled for fear of the Jews, came Yahweh Shai and stood in the midst and said unto them, peace be unto you.
So Yahweh Shah is talking to him after the Sabbath day, 3 days and 3 nights later, which is the 3rd day. At evening. He was in the grave 3 days and 3 nights. He's talking to the apostles on the 3rd day at evening. So if you're keeping a lunar Sabbath, right, on the 1st day of the week, which is the 3rd day at evening, after he's in the grave, now after 3 days, right? So if you're keeping a lunar Sabbath, one more time, your Sabbath is the 15th. How do you have 3 days later? It's the Sabbath is passed and it's the 1st day of the week, and it's the 1st day of the week at evening. It's madness. That's ridiculousness. Go to the book of 2 Timothy 2 and 15. Right, and we're just getting started. We're just getting started. Right, we're in the layup line. With the was that the warmers?
Yeah.
You know, you got the log, you got the buttons up, you put them off, and you got to, yeah, brothers know what I'm talking about.
You know, people are just buying the tickets to get into the game. And,
Right.
you know, they trying to find where to sit at. I always sit there. He took my seat. So they kind of sit in the front seat. And then the popcorn guy come and they got the popcorn and hey, get that. Yeah, and somebody trying to sit in your personal seat. No, I'm saving that seat. I mean, that's the beginning, man. That's what we have right now. Let's bring that up.
2 Timothy chapter 2 and verse number 15. Study to show thyself approved.
What the Lord say?
Study to show thyself approved.
No, just listen to man.
Study to show thyself approved.
No, the Sabbath day, then 3 days later, it's another Sabbath day.
Study to show thyself approved unto Yahweh, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth.
Go to Jeremiah 17:9. Brothers, study to show yourself approved. Stop just following stuff when it doesn't add up in the Bible.
That's right.
Well, I'm still looking at the calendar. Pagaya Alva, can you look up transition day? Because what you got an iPhone? You got an iPhone? That's why. So let's see, maybe because he got an iPhone and wasn't there. And you don't have an iPhone. Maybe you know the software that you have is able to manifest the transition day. So let's hold on. I told Poseidon we're not gonna let up on the transition day. Right? It's not, we're gonna keep digging it back up. Can you look it up? You find it? You got an Android, right? Okay, come. All right, so he's looking it up.
Does not occur.
Hold on, can you pass that brother the microphone? Because he's looking for the word transition day.
Does not occur in the KJV.
Hold on, what?
Does not occur
in the KJV.
Well, maybe it's in the NLT.
Does not
Occur in the KJV.
It's not in the ESB, the NLT, the KJV, the URME. It's not in none of that, man. Not even the new one. It's not there. Now, let's say, boy. All right, so let's move on. We're going to move on. Let's go and deal with Pentecost. Let's deal with Pentecost. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. And this is one of my favorite points. Because if you follow the lunar Sabbath, how long do they count their days? 100 days.
So, like, I want to bring this up.
100. They say 100 days.
That's not even
Yeah. Like I said. Oh, we got that. Can I get the verse? Yeah. Let's go to John 8:56. Now, first go to Acts 2:1. All right. Brothers may not know what Pentecost is. Let's show you about Pentecost and how a lunar Sabbath is madness trying to keep the Lord's high holy days. Let's bring that up.
Acts chapter 2 and verse number 1. And when the day of Pentecost was fully come, they were all with one accord in one place.
Pentecost in the Old Testament is called the Feast of Weeks. Pentecost, the root word of that is penta, like people deal with witchcraft and the pentagram. The military has the pentagon, which means 5, right? Pentecost means 50, right? 50 days. Go to John 8:56.
The book of St. John, chapter 8 and verse number 56. Your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day, and he saw it and was glad.
Right?
Then said the Jews unto him, thou art not yet 50 years old.
Thou art not yet what?
50 years old.
50 years old, right?
And hast thou seen Abraham?
Now, what does the word 50 mean in the Greek? Let's see if it says 100. Right? Let's see. So we're gonna pull up 50. They said Abraham's not 50 years old.
Right.
Now the brother got it. Oh, Yahweh Shah, Salaki. Right? They say Yahweh Shah is not yet 50 years old, and you saw Abraham. Pentekata, which means 50, straight up, nothing more, nothing less.
Right.
50. So Pentecost means what? 50. Can it ever mean 100?
Never.
What about 103?
No.
What about 30? Pentecost has to be how many days?
50.
Let's go to Tobit 2:1. Boy, oh boy. Let's go to Tobit chapter 2:1. Tobit 2:1.
This is the book of Tobit, chapter 2 and verse number 1.
Did Tobit go off? Was Tobit an evil man? He was a righteous man. One of my favorite forefathers, who all men of God should pattern themselves after. Mighty in arms, very charitable. He prophesies, I know Nineveh's going to be destroyed.
Burying the dead.
Burying the dead, his life on the line. They kicked his goods out, waiting on his son. Tobit is a mighty man. Brother, I don't want to read Tobit. It's not Revelation. But that's why your life is in shambles. Right? Let's bring that up.
Tobit, chapter 2 and verse number 1.
Right?
Now, when I was come home again, and my wife Anna was restored unto me with my son Tobias, in the feast of Pentecost.
And the feast of Pentecost,
which is the holy feast of the 7 weeks.
Read that again.
Come. Tobit chapter 2 and verse number 1 from the top.
Right?
Now, when I was come home again, and my wife Anna was restored unto me with my son Tobias, in the feast of Pentecost.
How long is Pentecost? 50 days. Right?
Which is the
Tobit said Pentecost is the what?
The holy feast of the 7 weeks.
What's 7 weeks? 7 times 7 is 49. Then you add 1 day after that, and you get your 50th day. So Pentecost is called the feast of 7 weeks. Let's go to Deuteronomy 16 and 9. So if you're keeping a lunar Sabbath, and we'll show you, you cannot keep the Pentecost and its right season. And if you say it's 100 days, you are blatantly going off. And you need to repent of that madness. Straight up and down like a riot saint. Read that.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 16 and verse number 9. 7 weeks.
No, 14 weeks and 2 days.
7 weeks.
Because well, brothers would say the Most High didn't make it clear. Right? I've heard brothers say that. What did the Lord say? What if the Lord make things ambiguous and leave things in gray? The Most High made it clear. He said it's plain to him that understandeth. But that's Sirach 39 and 24. Can we get that real quick, Brother Bishop? Because brothers say, well, it's ambiguous. The Most High never sealed up how many days it was. Let's deal with it.
Sirach chapter 39 and verse number 24. As his ways are plain unto the holy, so are they stumbling blocks unto the wicked.
It's plain. How plain is 7 weeks? Are you confused about 7 weeks? What about you, Elder? Abba Yaron, Brother Corey, Nashaiah, Brother Jamal, Omar, Mathalika, Jonah. I know these brothers. Brothers got it plain. Right? Let's go back to Deuteronomy 16 and 9.
Deuteronomy chapter 16 and verse number 9. 7 weeks shalt thou number unto thee.
So you count 7 weeks. Number means you're counting, right? Go on, you sum it up. Read on.
Begin to number the 7 weeks from such time as thou beginnest to put the sickle to the corn.
Right, because you're keeping it after the Passover or your first fruits. So you're going to count 7 weeks from that first Sabbath. You're going to have 49 days. You add a day, and that's your 50th day. What verse you in?
Verse 10.
All right, let's go to the book of Leviticus 23 and 15. Right, Leviticus chapter 23 and 15.
This is the book of.
Can somebody Pagaya Elder? Or you got the Android? You got the iPhone? Or Android? Somebody type in Pentecost. Yeah, Pentecost. Because Pentecost is 100. So why are they calling it the Pentecost? That means all of the apostles went off. And they were supposed to keep it. Let's type in Pentecost. No, with a C. Like you got a damn century, you know.
There's no Santa Claus.
It's not in there?
Nah, it's a work center.
Oh, where is it at? You got a work center. Might be somewhere. I don't know. It might be somewhere in America somewhere, right? But it's not a high holy day.
Right.
That's the point. There, where's you found it? All right, can brothers type that in, Center cost, and type in let me type in 100 days.
Center coast.
Yeah. Let's see. Hold on. 100. Hold on, 100 days. Because let me see. All right, I typed in 100 days. 100 days. I don't see 100 days
In the scriptures.
in the Torah. Yeah, I don't see it in the Torah. Right? I'm looking through Genesis. Okay, 130 years. You got 100 shekels of silver and Deuteronomy 22. Right? You got 130 years. Isaac 104 score years. Genealogies and dates and times. Right? 150 days, but never 100-day count.
Salakia, all these points that have been brought out to cut this, and all brothers can deal with is show me Friday and show me Saturday. That's how you know you can't deal with the words of the Lord, man. If that's your strongest argument is Friday and Saturday, you done already lost.
That's weak.
You swinging haymakers, goddamn on the ropes, trying to rope a dope, and you done got beat, you got bing bonged all around, man.
Right, and it say the Gregorian calendar and the Romans, everything outside of the scriptures, instead of dealing with the precepts, man.
And we're gonna deal with all that.
And that's what happens with the mark of the beast as well.
That's
Had to
right.
bring it up, man.
Right now, Amos stirring the waters up.
Yeah, Salakia, man.
Right now, he's stirring the waters up. He's rippling the waves. Right, the brothers are plucking out their beards. Right, let's go. Let's get back to it. We'll go to Leviticus 23 and 15.
Leviticus chapter 23 and verse number 15. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the weave offering, 7 Sabbaths shall be complete.
7 Sabbaths. And you have to have 7 Sabbaths of weeks. Can you ever have an 8-day week? About a 9-day week. So when you're keeping your Pentecost, it has to be 7 consecutive Sabbath days, meaning you can't break it. It can be no interval. Nothing can stop this week. It has to be 7 consecutive weeks. Brothers understand that? All right, let's read on.
Verse number 16. Even unto the morrow.
So even means equal. Now I'm gonna break it down to you. That's what the Most High said. Even unto the morrow
After the 7th Sabbath.
So 16 and 15 are saying the same thing. Like the Lord says, a people near to him, even of the children of Israel. It's the same thing. So understanding, I mean, this is simple English. The Lord told you what it was. Now he's going to tell you again in another way. He told you in 7 weeks, but he's going to tell you again in a more detailed way. That's what even means. He's not going to divert from the 7 weeks. It's going to be the same thing. Let's understand that? Simple English. Right, boy?
Leviticus 23 and 16. Even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall ye number 50 days.
That doesn't mean you add 50 days.
Right.
It means what? You total up your count. You sum it up. You had that's why he said even. Because it's the same thing as the previous verse. But he's telling you the same thing, but add another day. That's why it's called Pentecost. Brothers understand that? You have 7 consecutive Sabbath days. Then the day after that, you sanctify that day, and that's your Pentecost. Not 100 days. Now, brothers will say, well, do say you just add 50 days. That's not what the word number means. Number doesn't mean you do an additional count. Number means you sum it up. Like if I ask, all right, can you number everybody in the room? Right? Then he said, okay, I counted 50. Then he came to me and said, I numbered 50 people. That doesn't mean, okay, I'm going to number 50 more people. He just totaled up the count.
Right.
Well, understand that? That's
I was going to explain and show how we got June 4th as the Pentecost.
Oh, can we hold that real quick?
Come on.
Real quick, King Salakia. I wanted to make this point. Let's go to Acts 1 and 3. Right? Acts chapter 1 and 3. So you can't keep the Pentecost in its right season.
Right.
It's impossible unless you add to the law. And the Most High is going to take your name out of the book of life.
Missing days.
Yeah, you're missing days, transition days, the Sabbath is on the 8th, and all types of madness. Let's bring that up. How do you have how can you keep it if you have transition days?
That's what I was about to show.
Now, I got the calendars.
Go.
Now, let's read this first.
The book of Acts of the Apostles, chapter 1 and verse number 3. To whom also he shewed himself alive after his passion by many infallible proofs,
Right? He did undeniable miracles. Go on.
being seen of them 40 days.
He was seen of the apostles 40 days. Right? And we're going to show you 10 days later, it was Pentecost. Right? He was seen of the apostles 40 days. 10 days later, it was Pentecost. If Yahweh is keeping a lunar Sabbath, he would have been seen of the apostles. How many days? He would have been seen of them like 90 days. Then 10 days later, it would have been a high holy day. Read this again.
The Acts.
Can somebody that keeps the lunar Sabbath explain Acts 1 and 3? Let's read it.
The book of the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 1 and verse number 3. To whom also he showed himself alive after his passion by many infallible proofs, being seen of them 40 days.
90 days.
40 days.
All right, go on.
And speaking of the things pertaining to the kingdom of Yah.
Oh, now hold that. Go to Acts 13 and 30. Right? Go to Acts 13 and 30. So he was seen of the apostles 40 days. Right? Let's bring that up.
The book of Acts, chapter 13 and verse number 30. But Yahweh raised him from the dead,
Right?
and he was seen many days.
Many days. How many days is that?
40.
40 days. Right? That's the many days. Brothers understand that? The Lord called 40 days many days. All right, we're going to make a point. Read that again. 31.
Acts chapter 13 and verse number 31. And he was seen many days of them which came with him from Galilee to Jerusalem, who are his witnesses unto the people.
Now, hold that. Go to Acts chapter 2. So he called 40 days many days. Now, I want to go to Acts chapter 2 and verse, actually go to Acts 1, Salakia. Go to Acts 1 and you could pick up in verse 5.
The book of Acts, chapter 1 and verse number 5.
Start at 4.
Verse number 4. And being assembled together with them, commanded them that they should not depart from Jerusalem, but wait for the promise of the Father, which said he, ye have heard of me.
Right?
For John truly baptized with water, but ye shall be baptized with the Holy Ghost not many days hence.
Hold on. Read that again. 5.
Book of Acts, chapter 1 and verse 5.
What did the Lord call many days? How many days is many days?
40 days.
How many?
40 days.
40 days. 40 days is called many days. Read that again.
For John truly baptized with water, but ye shall be baptized with the Holy Ghost not many days hence.
Not many days.
Right.
Now, hold on now. If he said not many days, and many days is 40 days, and you're keeping it, I want brothers to understand, if you're keeping a lunar Sabbath, that means he would have had to appear to them on the 90th day. Brothers understand that? The 90th day he would have had to appear. Because 10 days later, which is not many days, it's the Pentecost. So if 40 days is many days, and he said not many days after, that would have to be 10 days. Not 60.
right? Because if it was there 40 days and they say, okay, it's supposed to be 60 days, not many days will be 60 days. All brothers are following me. Are brothers following me? Because many days is 40 days. Let me know if I'm not making sense. Many days is 40 days. According to them, it would have to be 100 days. But he said, not many days. That would be contradictory. Because that would be 60. How can 60 days be not many days and 40 days be many days? It makes no sense. That's how we know after 40 days, 10 days later, it was the Pentecost.
That's right.
That's what he told him. Because your count is what? 50 days, not 100 days. You understand that? That's plain. Now we're going to show you about this Sabbath. Right? I mean, this is getting mad. This is madness. Now, what do I want? I don't want to spoil the. All right, here we have it. Can brother see this? We're going to show you how to keep the Pentecost the right way. And we're going to show you what they do. So you have your Passover, the 14th day of evening, which is your 15th day. I want brothers to look along. You have your Feast of First Fruits, which is the morrow after the Passover. Morrow after the Sabbath, which shows that the Passover is a Sabbath, right? Your first Sabbath that you count, this is how they keep it. We're showing you how they would keep it. It would be the 22nd, the 29th, the 8th, the 15th, the 22nd, the 29th, and then the 8th. And then it would be, the day after would be a Pentecost. That's how you're supposed to keep it, but you can't keep it like that because they have transition days. You understand that? So what they say is, after the 7th Sabbath, that's your first day to start counting your 50 days, 50 more days. You see what I'm saying? So they have 50 days, and that 50th day, they say, okay, now it's time to count 50 more days. So they're going off. That makes no sense. You have 50 days, and they say, okay, your next day, now that's the count for 50 days. I thought the Lord said tomorrow after the Sabbath. Now, that means they have their 50th day would be in the 4th month. You understand? So it wouldn't be 100 days. You keep your Sabbath day or your Passover, and then you have 7 consecutive Sabbath days, right? And then after that 7th week, you count 1 day and you have your Pentecost. Brothers understand that? Now I'm going to show you something else. All right, I believe this is what I want. Okay, well, we know that. All right, is this what I want? All right, can brothers see this clear? Let me know. I know it's kind of small. All right, I'm going to see if I can make this larger. Now, let's make this clear. This is a Pentecost count. Everything in green is being omitted from a week. So they would count their Sabbath, I'm trying to zoom in for you, would be the 15th. Brother, see that? Right? And then their first Sabbath would be the 22nd. So they count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? So their first Sabbath is the 22nd. You're supposed to have how many consecutive weeks?
7.
Of how many days?
50.
Right. And a week is how long?
7.
So you're supposed to have 7 days uninterrupted of 7 weeks. So let's see. You're keeping the 22nd, right? On the Sabbath. Then you got day, okay, the 23rd is your first count. First day you count. See this? All right, the 24th is your second day you count. The 25th is your third day you count. The 26th is your fourth day to count. The 27th is your fifth day to count. Remember, you count the 50. It can't be broken up. It can't be interrupted. Right? That's that hour of prayer. Right? So the 27th is your fifth count. The 28th is your sixth. Then you have a Sabbath. You may say, oh, we got our first week count. All praises. But guess what? Your second week is about to be interrupted. So you can't have 7 consecutive weeks because right after that Sabbath, they have a transition day. Now, these guys call it an extended worship day because they don't really know what they're doing that day. Right? Do we extend the Sabbath or not? So they don't know what's going on. So how can you have a right count to Pentecost if 2 days back to back don't count? You brother see that? Your whole count is off. You're supposed to have 7 consecutive Sabbath days. It cannot be consecutive if it's discontinued. by a transition day, and by a new moon. So now they got to start over. All right, well, forget about those days. Those days don't count. Let's start over. So they start their count over. And then at their cool, then they have another new moon, then another transition day, and all these days in green, they don't even count. So guess what they do? They say, well, it don't work. According to the laws of God, let's add 50 more days to make the doctrine fit. Let's add 50 more days. Use a mathematical equation to circumnavigate the laws of the Most High God to make our doctrine fit. You brothers see this? You have interrupted days within your count. This is why they add 50 days, because it's always going to fall short. It's always, you cannot keep a lunar Sabbath and keep the commandments of God. You're breaking the commandments. You're adding days and taking away days. Do brothers understand that? That's plain. Go to Psalms 119 and 60. Because that means you have to wait, right? Because the Lord said the 50th day, but what did the Most High say? That means they're waiting. They're delaying the high holy day by adding 50 days. Let's see this. Bring this up.
Psalm chapter 119 and verse number 68. Thou art good and doest good.
No, Psalms 119 and 60.
Okay, slow. 119 and verse number 60. I made haste.
No, I waited 50 more days.
I made haste.
I knew it was the 50th day, but I wanted to do our own thing and delay the Pentecost and add 50 more days. What did the Lord say?
I made haste.
Right?
And delayed not to keep that commandment.
You brothers are delaying to keep the commandments. Give me Sirach 5 and 4. If you're adding 50 days, you're delaying and putting off the Most High's laws and commandments. You're going off. Straight up and down. Right? Let's read that.
Sirach chapter 5 and verse 4. Say not, I have sinned, and what harm had happened unto
Because
me.
you might say, all right, well, I survived the 50th day.
Right.
I didn't keep the commandment. All right, the Most High's with me on my count. A lot of brothers think the Most High's with you on that count. Because ain't nothing happened to you.
Right.
And you're blatantly sinning.
Right.
So you might say, nothing happened to me. Right, go on.
For the Lord is long suffering.
He won't let you get them 50 days, more 50 days in. Right? He won't let you, all right, yeah, I'm going to let him do his count. This guy's going off. Go ahead and count 50 more days if you want to. He'll put up with it, but not forever. He'll let you think that it's 100 days. He's long suffering. He lets Esau rule, and be evil. The Lord is long suffering.
He will in no wise let thee go.
He's not going to, he's going to catch up with you. Go on.
Concerning perpetuation, be not without fear to add sin unto sin.
Then he's supposed to be scared to do a 100-day account. You should be trembling. You brothers that keep the lunar Sabbath, you should be scared as hell when you do 50 more days.
That's right.
Go on.
And say not, his mercy is great.
Yeah, we got 50 more days to count. The Most High is merciful. From your shop, right? And that's off, man. Right? You start doing your count. Oh boy, the Most High is great. Read on.
He will be pacified for the multitude of my sins.
Read.
For mercy and wrath.
What the Lord say?
For mercy and wrath.
What the Lord say?
For mercy and wrath.
Read.
Come from him, and his indignation rested upon sinners.
Sin is the transgression of the law.
Right.
If you're adding 50 days, you're breaking the law of God, and God is going to destroy you.
That's right.
Straight up and down. Now, you know better now.
Right.
And guess what? I have to say this. Give me Proverbs 16 and 1. Yahweh, Bashima Mashak Yahushai, put it in our spirit to go and do this. To warn you.
Right.
To warn you, this is not of man. This is of the Most High. To warn you, brothers, that are keeping this day to repent.
Right.
That's right.
You're adding 50 days. Repent right now,
That's right.
or the Most High is going to destroy you.
That's right.
Bring that up.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 16 and verse number 1. The preparation of the heart and mind and the answer of the tongue
And the answer to the tongue
is from the Lord.
not just WFI.
It's from the Lord.
This is from the Most High God. This is from the Lord. In the scriptures, you have one prophet that warned another prophet. And 1 Kings, the 13th chapter. Right? And the prophet told him what to do. And the other prophet, guess what? He ain't listen to the prophet. So you have to understand prophets can warn prophets, right? And let them know, where they're going up. Now, let's move on. Let's deal with King David.
Salaki,
real quick.
We haven't, this isn't our first time dealing with this, right? But many moons ago, in a basement, we dealt with this before. This was now I don't think you was there, Gabar. What was this, like 6 years ago?
Right.
5 years ago, we dealt with this topic in a basement, right? We don't
got to put it all out
We don't got to
there.
put it all out there.
Right.
We was a very small camp at this time, and we did like a 3 or 4 hour long discussion session on this,
Come,
and it got ugly. It got very ugly.
come.
So this isn't a first time thing we done dealt with this.
Right.
So
And we wanted to go into this before, but the Most High had to come out at this time. This is the time the Most High wanted us to go into it. Who the hell are we?
Right.
Right? There's no man that has power over the spirit to retain the spirit.
Right.
So if the spirit hop on you to do a lesson, I mean, that's in the Most High, man.
Right.
For your instruction, because the Most High is not going to come down and tell you what the hell is going on. He uses men, angels, chariots. You understand? Now let's go to 1 Samuel.
1 Samuel, chapter 20, and verse number 1.
Let me close out this count.
And David fled from Naioth and Ramah and came and said before Jonathan, what have I done? And what is mine iniquity? And what is my sin before thy father that he seeketh my life?
Right? David was on a run from King Saul. Right? Go on.
And he said unto him, God forbid, thou shalt not die. Behold, my father will do nothing, either great or small, but that he will shew at me. And why should my father hide this thing from me?
I'm going to keep you on the inside. Look, that's what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Whatever King Saul got going on, I'm going to inform you about it. You know?
It is not so. And David swore moreover and said, thy father certainly knoweth that I have found grace in thine eyes. And he said, let not Jonathan know this, lest he be grieved. But truly, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth.
What verse you in?
Verse number 3.
All right, jump to 5. Let's get straight to the point.
Verse number 5. And David said unto Jonathan, behold, tomorrow is the new moon.
So tomorrow's the new moon. Let's pull up the lunar calendar again. Right? So, I mean, it's very well, this may have been a transition day. Right? If tomorrow's the new moon, are they talking on the transition day? Does this day count? What is this day about? If he said tomorrow's the new moon, it could have been the 29th, it could have been, but guess what? Not every day is like that. So there's a chance that this could have been a day that doesn't exist. How can you say tomorrow is something going to happen if this day that you're living in doesn't even matter? It's folly. So he said tomorrow's the new moon. Right? Go on.
Tomorrow is the new moon, and I said not fail to sit with the king at meat, but let me go that I may hide myself in the field until the third day.
And hold on. Until the what day?
Until the third day at even.
Until the what?
The third day at even.
How long would David be hiding?
The third day.
The third to the third day at even. Go to 1 Kings 11 and 4. Because we're going to explain how it's impossible, very much impossible, to be following a lunar Sabbath, and that David did not keep a lunar Sabbath. And brothers are very, very crafty. So we have to kind of give you a visual. 1 Kings 11 and 4.
1 Kings chapter 11 and verse 4. For it came to pass when Solomon was old that his wives turned away his heart after other gods,
Right?
and his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God, as was the heart of David his father.
David, he was sincere. You know, his heart was perfect with the Most High. You know? So David, he didn't lie to Jonathan. He told him, I'm going to be hiding for 3 days. Why would he lie to Jonathan? Was that 1 Samuel 18? I believe their soul was knit together. like one man. And Jonathan stripped everything and gave it to David. The Lord said, nothing countervail a faithful friend in the scriptures. So he told him 3 days, and we know David meant 3 days. Now, let's go on to 1 Samuel 21. So according to the lunar Sabbath, this will be the first day that David is hiding on the new moon, which to them is not a day, but yet he's hiding on his day. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. How is the new moon doesn't count as a day and your first day is the day after when he's hiding on his day? So this has to be a day. That's being accounted for. Let's read on.
1 Samuel chapter 20 and verse number 6. If thy father at all miss me, then say David earnestly asked leave of me that he might run to Bethlehem his city, for there is a yearly sacrifice there for all the family.
Where you at?
Verse number 6.
Right, so he told him, I'm going to be out, tell him this story. Make it up that I went to Bethlehem. Don't tell him where I'm at. So David hid for how many days?
3 days.
3 days. Go to 1 Samuel 21. So, okay, if it's the new moon, right, and that's the first day that he's hiding because he's hiding the new moon. So you have to count that day. So that's the first day he's hiding. Then he's hiding right here where it says 2, and he's hiding right here where it says 3. Now, according to them, when would be their Sabbath day?
The eighth.
You brother see that? Their Sabbath would be the 8th day. He's hiding day 1 on a new moon. He's hiding day 2, and he's hiding a 3rd day. Now, let's see what happens after the 3rd day. 1 Samuel 21. Did he say 6 days? Okay.
1 Samuel chapter 21 and verse number 1.
This is madness, but let's go on.
Then came David to Nob to Ahimelech the priest, and Ahimelech was afraid at the meeting of David, and said unto him, why art thou alone, and no man with thee?
Right?
And David said,
Yeah, look, Ahimelech, he knew that David was on the run. If a fugitive show up to your house, like, what the hell, man? Man, what's going on? What you doing here, man? Your life is on the line, because now you're entangled in his affairs. Right, bro?
and David said unto Ahimelech the priest, the king hath commanded me a business, and hath said unto me, let no man know anything of the business whereabout I send thee, and when I have commanded thee, and I have appointed my servants to such and such a place.
He said, hey, the king sent me on a secret mission. He was using subtlety, right? This is an incognito mission. I can't really tell you about it, right? Go on.
Now therefore, what is under thine hand?
What's that? What you got here for me? Go on.
Give me 5 loaves of bread in mine hand.
Why does David need 5 loaves of bread? Because where was he at for 3 days? In the field, hide in the wilderness. So now he's hungry. So he needs something to eat. Don't understand that? All right. Now let's go on.
Give me 5 loaves of bread in mine hand, or what there is present.
Whatever you got, I'm hungry. I need to eat. Read on.
And the priest answered David and said, there is no common bread under mine hand.
I don't have common bread for just anybody, right?
But there is hollow bread.
There is what?
Hollow bread.
There is what?
Hollow bread.
Do brothers know another term for hollow bread? Show bread. Hold on, let's finish that. We're going to get to it. He said, I only have the show bread.
If the young men have kept themselves, at least from women, and David answered the priest and said unto him, of a truth, women have been kept from us about these 3 days since I came out.
Wait, since what?
These 3 days since I came out.
Meaning the 3 days that he was hiding. You have brother said, okay, he was in there 3 days, and then he was out. There's no account of this, right? There's no account of the expeditions of David for an additional 3 days. But yet they're saying he was hiding for 6 days. He told Jonathan 3 days, not 6 days. I was hiding for 3 days. It's been 3 days since I came out the wilderness, because I was there day 1, and I ain't come out yet. I was there day 2, I didn't come out. right? I was there day 3. I didn't come out. I came out the 3rd day at evening. So it's been 3 days since I left my hiding spot. You brother see that? If you don't see it, if you think it's 6 days, I mean, just say, okay, I think it's 6 days because, he was, it makes no sense. It's simple English. Stop letting brothers beguile you with enticing words. And just fundamentally read. Go on.
Right? I'm going to read that again. Right? It says, right, 1 Samuel.
Now, hold on. Let's see. Okay, let's read on. I'm going to make a point.
1 Samuel chapter 21 and verse 5. And David answered the priest and said unto him, of a truth, women have been kept from us about these 3 days since I came out, and the vessels of young men are holy, and the bread is in a manner common, yea, though it were sanctified this day,
Right, go on.
in the vessel.
Right?
So the priest gave him hollowed bread.
The priest gave him hollowed bread, showbread.
For there was no bread there but the shewbread,
The showbread
that was taken from before the Lord to put hot bread in the day when it was taken away.
What day is the showbread put up? The Sabbath. All right. So how do you have David hiding for 3 days and it's the Sabbath day? The new moon, what they say an extended worship day or whatever, which I don't see new moon, I don't see worship day in the Bible. I don't see new moon worship day. But guess what? They say the new moon, right? Which is the first day David was hiding. That's day 1. All right. This is day 2 he was hiding. I'm using their logic. This is day 3 he was hiding. This is day 4 he was hiding. This is day 5 he was hiding. This is day 6. So how can it even be the Sabbath? How can it even, that doesn't even make sense. Even if you said it's 6 days, he hid on a new moon. So that would be the first day he was hiding. Brothers understand that? That's the very first day he's hiding. Then he hid another day. Then he had 3 days, right? Now, let's say he was out there for 3 more days. That would be 4, 5, and 6. But their Sabbath will be on the 8th. So you brothers that follow a lunar Sabbath, how is that even close to the Sabbath day? You're winging it. 3 and 3 is 6, not 7. You fall short.
And it's still not the Sabbath.
And it's still not going to be the Sabbath. It's still not the 8th, even if you didn't count the new moon. It's madness. But you have to count the new moon because he hid on the first day of the new moon. I got to run it back again. David hid the first day of the new moon. Let's count. All right, that's day 1. Then, after the new moon, it was another day he hid. That's day 2. Then he hid another day. That's day 3. According to the lunar Sabbath, there was 3 more days. So he hid right there. That's day 4. And then he hid day 5. Then he hid, now they say it was 6 days. So it would have been right here. It's still not the 8th. It's still not their Sabbath day. Madness. It's just counting. It's just counting. All you have to do is count. You don't even have to, pull up any books, and it's just counting. It's impossible to have a new moon 3 days later and another Sabbath day. According to the lunar Sabbath. Now, I wanted to prove that the lunar Sabbath, that the showbread is out on the Sabbath day. All you have to do is count and read.
This is the book of Leviticus chapter 24 and verse number 5. And thou shalt take fine flour and bake 12 cakes thereof. 2 tenth deals shall be in 1 cake, and thou shalt set them in 2 rows, 6 on a row, upon the pure table before the Lord. And thou shalt put pure frankincense upon each row, that it may be on the bread for a memorial, even an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Every Sabbath.
Every what?
Every Sabbath.
Does it show bread out?
Every Sabbath.
Right?
He shall set it in order before the Lord continually, being taken from the children of Israel by an everlasting covenant.
You see that? So David was, we're going to do it one more time. New moon, that's their day, what they call a worship day. But we thoroughly proved in Exodus chapter 40 that Moses was working on that day.
God.
And all of the nation of Israel. We thoroughly proved in the Haggai, the first chapter, that the Lord told them on their so-called worship day, go cut down wood and build. So how is a new moon called a worship day when they're doing labor on that day? And Ezra traveled on that day. So you have to count that day. One more time, Slack it, Amos. Let's do it one more time. So he hit on day one, that's the new moon. All right, let's see if we can get to 8. All right, day 2. All right, we see this is day 3, day 4, day 5. Well, let's zoom in. Day 6, this would be the 6th day. And you go even in the evening, so even your new moon will have to be either the 29th at sundown to start it, or it would be a transition day at sundown. But a transition day isn't in the Bible. So how do you keep your new moon after a transition day? That means you can't keep the new moon because it has to be based off of a previous day at sundown.
So lucky. And they say that the first day the new moon isn't counted as a day. Then what the hell is the first day of the 7th month?
That's a day.
That's the memorial blowing of the trumpet. It says the first day of the 7th month.
Madness.
How do you disannul that? So it doesn't matter now? So it's just a blank day. And we're just blowing up the trumpets for no reason.
Now we're going to show you, right? You know, we can show you better than we can tell you. Here's a calendar of David's refuge, right? He was on a run, right? He's a refugee, for lack of better terms. Now you're looking at this calendar. This is their new moon, right? Again, this is David hiding day 1, David hiding day 2, David hid day 3, David hid day 4, David hid day 5 according to them, and David hid day 6. But then it's the Sabbath. Even if you added an extra day, you have to wait till the sun goes down on the 6th day for it even to be a Sabbath. So that's madness, which shows you, guess what? If it was the new moon and 3 days later was a Sabbath, your new moon can fall any day of the week. You probably see that? If your new moon is here and then 3 days later it's the Sabbath, your new moon will have to have fallen throughout the 6 days, the 6 working days. Because a new moon or a holy day, if it lands on one of these 6 days, it overrides that day, like the Day of Atonement. The Day of Atonement falls on the 10th day, on the so-called working day. But what do? You keep the Day of Atonement. You understand that? So here's the actual calendar, right? Here's the new moon. It fell on a so-called, it would be, according to them, a so-called 5th. That's the day 1 of hiding. This is day 2 of hiding. This is day 3 of hiding. And then it's their Sabbath day. And they can only make that make sense if they say the new moon fell on one of the working days. Madness.
That's the spirit, because I was actually holding 1 Samuel 20, right? Because when you go into the precepts, right, it doesn't add up, right? So this is the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 20, right, and verse number 34. Right, so they say that the new moon isn't a day, right?
Right, or they call it a worship day.
Right, or a worship day.
Where's worship day in the Bible?
Hey,
Can somebody type in worship day? Salaki Gabar. Let me see. Worship day.
But we're off because we say Friday and Saturday, but they can say whatever the hell they want. Transition, worship.
Right, where's? Okay, the Most High said, I'm going to give you a worship day. That's not in there.
Right.
It's not in there. But you got it, King.
1 Samuel chapter 20 and verse number 34. So Jonathan arose from the table in fierce anger. Right? This is the day after the new moon, which actually is the first day.
Right.
It says, and did not eat no meat the 2nd day of the month.
Can you read that again?
1 Samuel chapter 20 and verse number 34. So Jonathan arose from the table in fierce anger and did eat no meat the second day of the month. For he was grieved for David, because his father had done him shame. And it came to pass in the morning that Jonathan went out into the field at the time appointed with David, and had a little lad with him. Right, so
You got the mic, Ken.
Right, so David was already out in the field, right, prior to the second day, right, of the month. So even if they tried to use the fifth, you can't use it, right, because you have the account, right, of Jonathan sitting there and meat with his father Saul, right, on the new moon, right, which is the first day, right. Then the second day, right, he's crying and weeping because David is already in the field, right. So that whole ideology of the fifth day is already cut. So now you got to add extra days.
That's why they add days. This is why they add 50 days and add 3 more days and take away days and put transition days and God days, worship days, and add 3 days to the resurrection, because it's impossible to follow the commandments of God, keeping it according to Scripture. So they add days and name days, and that's not biblical, straight up and down. Right, you got it.
God, so lucky. And deep down, these brothers know that the seventh day is what the world so-called called Saturday. Deep down in their spirit, they know this, right? Because when do most camps usually go out? What day?
Sabbath.
Can we go to 2 Kings 4:19? Right, because these are men of the Lord. We're not taking nothing from these brothers. We love these camps, man. We love all our brothers who lay their life down for Israel, man. We'll never shame, talk bad, because y'all doing the service of the Lord, man. We commend brothers who do that, man. Right, this ain't no beef or nothing like that. I don't want people thinking that.
Right.
We love the brothers in the comment boards who keep the lunar Sabbath as well, but we're contending for the doctrine. Y'all are men of the Lord, right? So let's read that.
2 Kings chapter 4 and verse number 19.
Right, because it's in their spirit, they know they're supposed to go out this day. They know they're supposed to go out this day. Now let's see what the Lord said.
And he said unto his father, my head. And he said to a lad, carry him to his mother.
Right.
And when he had taken him, he brought him to his mother. He sat on her knees till noon and then died. And she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God and shut the door upon him and went out. And she called unto her husband.
This is key right here.
And said, send me, I pray thee, one of the young men and one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God and come again.
So the mother of the child that just died is looking for the prophets, right? Men who can heal her son, right? So they said, give me this animal, let me hop upon him, I'm gonna find the man of God, right? And what was said to the woman?
And he said, wherefore wilt thou go to him today?
So how we gonna find him today? You got it, King.
Oh yeah.
Today,
How you gonna find him today?
which is a day
Right,
that's accounted for.
right.
Right?
It is neither
So it's not,
new moon nor Sabbath.
when are the men of the Lord out?
New moon nor Sabbath.
When are most camps out?
New moon or Sabbath.
And when the camps go out, so-called Saturdays.
Right.
It's in their spirit to know to go out on the Sabbath day to heal Israel, man. They can't get around that, but they want to deny it. Right? And mainly it just goes down to wanting to do your own lust on that day.
And you do what you want to do.
Right.
It shows you that the new moon is a day. They said we can't find him today. Right? You have a new moon, you understand? You have Sabbath days. Right? If they were the same and treated the same, then it would be called the same.
So I got to bring this up. A brother said, hey, scratch all this because he's getting cut up. What's the mark of the beast?
All right, wow. You see? Wow, let's get him on side here.
Scratch all that.
Let's drop the new moon and let's deal with the mark of the beast.
I can't handle it.
Now, damn. Now, right now, hold on. I got something else, man. So let's explain it again. So in order for it to be 3 days later after the Sabbath, the new moon would have fallen throughout the week. Now go to Ezekiel 46:1. All right, let's go to Ezekiel, which shows you a new moon can fall on a so-called working day.
Right.
1 Samuel 20 cuts their logic with Ezekiel 46. Because 3 days later after new moon is the Sabbath, which shows the new moon will have to fall throughout the week. So go to Ezekiel 46 and 1.
Ezekiel chapter 6 and verse number 1.
And this is brothers are crafty as hell with this scripture. But it's plain. Right? Let's bring it up.
Thus saith the Lord God, the gate of the inner court that looketh toward the east shall be shut the 6 working days,
6 working days.
but on the Sabbath it shall be opened, and in the day of the new moon it shall be opened.
So here's their point. Their point is it's impossible for the new moon to fall throughout one of the working days, and there's only so-called 3 types of days: the new moon and the Sabbath day, and 6 working days. We just showed you that the new moon can fall on one of those 6 days according to their own logic. Now, go to Leviticus 23 and 32. So now we're going to show them. Are there more days? Right? Go to Leviticus 23 and 32.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 23 and verse number 32. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest.
So go to where it say the 10th day. Is that 30, 31?
That's 27.
Okay, you read that, Salakia.
Right, the book of Leviticus, chapter 23 and verse number 27. Also on the 10th day of this 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement.
All right, so let's look at the lunar calendar. Right? So the 10th day, now according to them, you have a new moon, 6 working days and a Sabbath all the time. 6 days of work and a Sabbath. 6 days of work on a Sabbath. Now what happens on the Day of Atonement? Do they work on that day? Or do you keep the Day of Atonement on that day? You keep the Day of Atonement.
Right.
So you mean to tell me feast days and high holy days could fall on a so-called working day, but it overrides the working day because it's a holy day set apart by the Most High. Don't understand that? Read on.
It says, it shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, and an offering made by fire to the Lord.
Right?
Ye shall do no work in that same day.
Hold on. Even though according to them, you have a new moon, 6 working days, the Most High said, do not do work on this day. So do you do work on that day or not? If you only have a new moon and 6 working days in the Sabbath, and the Day of Atonement falls on a working day, if you're keeping a lunar Sabbath, you have to keep the Day of Atonement. Which shows you that feast days and new moons can fall on so-called working days. And the first Samuel, the new moon fell, according to them, it would have to be the 5th. Unless they're lying. And the Day of Atonement will have to fall, the 5th and the Day of Atonement have to fall on the 10th. Right? Go on.
Right, reading on. It says, verse number 29. For whatsoever so it shall be, shall not be afflicted in that same day.
So let's say you say, I don't like that. There's only new moon and 6 working days in the Sabbath. I'm going to work on that day. What happens?
He shall be cut off.
He shall what?
He shall be cut off.
Read.
From among his people.
Right?
And whatsoever soul it shall be, so if it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people.
Plain. So guess what? You can have a Sabbath, and the Day of Atonement is a Sabbath. You can have a Sabbath fall in the middle of a week, which shows you have a new moon, you got 6 working days, but a feast day can fall on a working day, which means you don't work on that day. You keep that high holy day according to the ordinances thereof. So Ezekiel 46, you have a new moon. Then it says, go back to Ezekiel 46, right? Let me get the context.
Ezekiel chapter 46 verse 1. Thus said the Lord God.
And I've heard brothers say, well, the Day of Atonement is a transition day.
The gate of the inner court that looketh toward the east shall be shut the 6 working days.
What about a transition day? Hold on. According to them, there's a transition day. So it's the gate open or shut on a transition day.
Close 8 days.
Right. Right. Let's go on.
But on the Sabbath it shall be open, and In the day of the new moon, it shall be open.
You see that? So if the new moon falls on so-called one of the working days, it's open. Because you have feast days that can fall throughout the week. I mean, that's plain. That's plain biblical understanding. Like Purim. Let's go to Purim. Doesn't Purim fall on the 15th day? 14th and 15th? So wouldn't that be their weekly Sabbath? So what do they do on that day? What do people that keep the lunar Sabbath do on Purim? Do you not keep Purim or do you keep it? Because that would be their Sabbath day.
I got to point that.
Let's bring that up. Let's get where Purim falls on the 14th and the 15th. Look at Esther 9 and
27.
let's bring it up.
Esther chapter 9 and verse number 27.
Right?
The Jews ordained and took upon them and upon their seed and upon all such as joined themselves unto them, so as it should not fail that they would keep these 2 days.
These 2 days, this feast day lasts 2 days long, right?
According to their writing and according to their appointed time every year, and that these days should be remembered and kept throughout every generation.
So these days have to run forever. Go on.
Every family, every province, and every city, and that these days of Purim should not fail from among the Jews, nor the memorial of them perish from their seed.
Right, go on.
Verse 29. Then Esther the queen, the daughter of Abiel,
15th day.
I think that's
21.
Verse 21.
Yeah.
It says to establish this among them.
So they're establishing Purim. Right, go on.
That they should keep the 14th day.
So let's say we're following the lunar Sabbath, right? Let's look on the calendar. Brothers, look. They should keep the 14th day. Go on.
The 14th day of the month Adar, and the 15th day.
And the what?
And the 15th day.
And the 15th day
of the same yearly.
So what do they do on this day? Because that would be their weekly Sabbath. Do you keep Purim or not? Now they can say, no, you don't have to keep Purim because that's the Sabbath. Feast day, now, I don't know how to deal with that. Right? So your Purim feast days, even according to them, they would have to keep Purim. Which shows that feast days can fall on just about any day of the week. Because the Sabbath is not predicated off of the moon. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a Purim. The most I would say, okay, you got your Sabbath, but then after that, you may have Purim. But the Lord, according to them, you have Purim on their Sabbath day. So now, how do they deal with Ezekiel 46:1? 6 working days, you have a new moon and the Sabbath, but a one that on your Sabbath is Purim. So is the gate open or shut? Now I'm asking them that. Is the gate open or shut on Purim? You got your point.
God, let's go to 1 Maccabees 4:52. Right, this is going to cut everything that they was talking about, man. This is the Feast of Dedications, right? Can we open the calendar up a little bit?
The lunar Sabbath?
No, this calendar. Or the lunar Sabbath calendar, Bobby Shaw. God. Right? So we know that let's read it. Let's read it, Bobby Shaw.
1 Maccabees, chapter 4 and verse number 52. Now on the 5th and 20th day of the 9th month, which is called the month Caslu, in the 148th year, they rose up betimes in the morning and offered sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of burnt offerings which they had made.
Right, so this is going into the Feast of Dedications. So when does it come? On the 9th month, right? On the 25th day, starting, really it'll be the 24th at sundown.
Right.
Right, brothers agree with that? That's the 25th day, right?
So
how long do we keep the Feast of Dedications? Let's go to 2 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 18. So we're going to show you that you can have a new moons and Sabbaths in the middle of the week. So the first day of the week would have been what? The 23rd day. Right? The 22nd that evening, which is the 23rd day.
Right.
Right? So the first day of Feast of Dedications would have been the 24th at sundown, which is the 25th day. Which is what? Let's read it.
2 Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse number 18. Therefore, whereas we are now proposed to keep the purification of the temple
right? The Feast of Dedications,
upon the 5 and 20th day of the month Caslu, we thought it necessary
we thought it important. It's an important way, right?
to certify you thereof, that ye also might keep it as the Feast of Tabernacles,
So how do you keep the dedications?
as the Feast of Tabernacles.
Right, let's go to Leviticus 23 and get to the Feast of Tabernacles to see how you keep it. Right, this is simple math.
And let me say this. Salaki,
Let me say this. We thoroughly proved on the new moon that work can be done. Exodus 40. Brothers are ignoring that. Haggai 1. It's in First Esdras. We went to Ezra 7. That work is done on the new moon.
Right, let's
It's a
go to-
day.
But let's clarify this. There's no buying or selling.
come.
Right, no buying or selling. Right, and we can show that.
Yeah, that's Nehemiah.
Come, let's go to Leviticus 23 and verse 34.
Leviticus 23 and 34. Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, the 15th day of the 7th month shall be the Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days
Right,
unto the Lord. On the first day shall be an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein.
so on the Feast of Tabernacles, the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles, which is 7 days long, right?
Right.
It will be a Sabbath day. So, and likewise, the same thing with the Feast of Dedications, it will be a what? A Sabbath day.
Right.
So let's look at the calendar again. Can you use the mouse? So the 22nd will be the 7th day. So the 23rd will be their so-called first day.
Right.
So 2 days to that to get to the 25th,
That's
it's another Sabbath,
That's a cut.
right?
That's a cut. Can I harp on that just to make it
By
plain?
myself.
You have a Sabbath day in the middle of a week. You have a Sabbath day right in the middle of a week. So how do you have a new moon and just 6 working days in a Sabbath when you have Sabbath days that can fall in the middle of the week? So Ezekiel 46, that's easy. Because we prove that the new moon, Purim, the Feast of Dedication, these days fall throughout the week, and guess what? It shows that the week can't be based off of the moon or the Sabbath. I'm going to make that point.
Okay. I was like, let me finish this. Right, and not once did we ever say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. We've been saying day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, Sabbath day.
Right.
We've been saying it the whole time. So look, you got another Sabbath day, the 24th at sundown to the 25th at sundown. We're looking at the Feast of Dedications.
Right.
The Feast of Dedications is 8 days long. So let's count. So
You want to start 23rd?
yeah, start at the 24th.
Okay.
24th to 25th. 25th will be the first day of the Feast of Dedications.
Right.
26th, so that's a Sabbath.
Right.
That's one Sabbath in your week.
And keep in mind, it's 8 days long, right?
God. So the 25th would be day 1, 26th day 2, 27th day 3, 28th day 4. So now you got a Sabbath day. That's the 5th day.
Yeah, so that means your weekly Sabbath is interrupting the feast day.
Right.
Because you have feast days that run throughout the week.
So that's the 5th day. Now let's go to the 30th. Right? That's the 6th day, which
That's the transition day.
that's a transition day. Wouldn't that be that? Okay, so we'll say that's a transition day. So the 6th day will be the new moon. Will be the new moon, right? Am I incorrect?
No.
That'll be the so-called 31st day or the first day, right? So that's a new moon, which would be a Sabbath day. Let's add 2 more days, right? That would be day. Man, this is everywhere.
God.
So you done had a span of 4 damn Sabbaths in a whole week.
Yeah. 'Cause
No, more than that. Yeah.
Yeah. You got your Salaki.
You got your 22nd, but the 25th is another Sabbath they will have to keep.
Right.
And then, like the brother said, the new moon is a worship day, right? So they treat it as a Sabbath. And then days left after that, after the transition day, which don't count, it's another Sabbath day.
So look, and then after that, you got the 29th. That's the 3rd Sabbath, right? Then you got the new moon, which will be anywhere between
That's a
the 30th, and then the 31st day. then you got another Sabbath 2 days after that. That's 4 Sabbaths in the span of 8 days.
So let's go back to Ezekiel 46:1.
That's you can't get around it.
You can't get around
You
it.
can't get around this at all.
That's like a bone breaker.
Yeah. You just kick them in a place you don't want
Yeah,
to kick
yeah,
them.
yeah.
Real fast, since the brother went to Purim, right? It's only right that we talk about the month of Adar, how you will literally have 3 Sabbaths back to back to back if you kept the lunar Sabbath, right? So this is Second Maccabees, chapter 15 and verse number 35. He hanged also Nicanor's head upon the tower, an evident and manifest sign unto all of the help of the Lord, and they ordained all with a common decree in no case to let that day pass without solemnity, but to celebrate the 13th day of the 12th month, which in the Syrian tongue is called Adar, the day before Mochanis Day, which is Purim. Right, so you would literally have, right?
Okay.
Right, so you literally have the destruction of Nicanor on the 13th, right? And then Purim coming in, right? On the 13th at sundown, and then Purim on the 14th at sundown, right? And then you get your regular day Sabbath. So you literally have a 4 Sabbaths in 3 days.
Or feast days, right?
Feast days.
Feast days. Now, go to Ezekiel 46. Let's deal with it again. Now, let's explain Ezekiel 46. Let's deal with that.
Ezekiel chapter 46 and verse number 1.
So, can you have feast days that fall on working days? Do you work or do you keep the feast days?
Keep the feast days.
You keep the feast days. These are high days. Let's bring that up.
Ezekiel chapter 46 and verse number 1.
You even have high Sabbath days in John the 19th chapter. So let's read that.
Thus saith the Lord God, the gate of the inner court that looketh toward the east shall be shut the 6 working days.
6 working days.
But on the Sabbath, it shall be open,
right?
And in the day of the new moon, it shall be open.
But guess what? Your new moon can fall on a so-called working day.
Right.
The Lord isn't saying that the new moon can't fall on that day. Your day of atonement can fall on a working day. According to them, Purim falls on their Sabbath day. So that's shattered. That's dealt with. Now, you have 2 words for Sabbath in the Hebrew tongue. You have, go to Leviticus 19 and 3. You have a Shabbat day and you have a Shabbat day, which and they have different ordinances. We'll keep them the same. So let's go to that.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 19 and verse number 3. And it reads, ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths.
Right?
I am the Lord your God.
Right? Go on. Oh, now hold on. Let's go to that word in the Hebrew. All right, that's Shabbat, which means a Sabbath, but it's a different word for Sabbath. On this Sabbath, you can't gather sticks, you can't kindle a fire, and no manner of work can be done. That's Leviticus 19 and 3. Leviticus 19 and 3.
Right. And it says, I'm gonna play it.
All right, I'm gonna pull this up. Yeah, you brothers, you just you just fast and pray on it. All right, just fast and pray on it, and most I wouldn't. The Lord gives you the understanding. And remember, we're not here to please men, right? We please the Most High.
Strong's H 76. Shabbat.
So Shabbat, that's a regular so-called weekly Sabbath. Sometimes you have feast days that are called Sabbath days, but you don't treat these Sabbath days the same. Now,
I was gonna get the biblical usage. Sabbath, Day of Atonement, Sabbath year, week.
Right, that's plain. Now let's go to Leviticus 23 and 24. Right, Leviticus 23 and 24.
Leviticus chapter 23 and verse number 24. Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, in the Sabbath month, in the first day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets.
If the new moon is always a Sabbath, why does the Lord have to let you know that this is a Sabbath? But let's go on.
And holy convocation.
Right, now we're gonna pull this up. Now this is a different word, correct? So it's
Strong's H 7677. Shabbathon. Shabbathon.
or Shabbat one. That's a different word than Shabbat. Because on a memorial blowing of the trumpets, can you kindle a fire? Yes, you can kindle a fire. On a memorial blowing of the trumpets, you can't do any servile work. And a regular Sabbath, you can't do no manner of work. Go to Exodus 12 and 16. So your moon is used as what? As a sign to let you know about appointed times and seasons. Like the memorial blowing of the trumpets, and we're going to go further into it. Like the Feast of Tabernacles, right? So let's bring that up.
Oh, so like, you want me to get the definition? It says Sabbatism or special holiday, but we know it's holy day.
Come. So let's bring that up.
Exodus chapter 12 and verse number 16. And in the first day there shall be an holy convocation, and in the seventh day there shall be an holy convocation to you.
Those are Sabbaths. Go on.
No manner of work shall be done in them,
Save.
that which ye save that which every man must eat.
So you treat this Sabbath day different than your weekly Sabbath. Must understand that? Go on.
That only may be done of you.
So you need your moon to show you about this appointed time. Let's go to the book of well, we've been doing this, man. Let's go to Genesis 1 and 14. We around, we on third base. Right? What we call it? Kyle, let's bring that up. Can you pull that up in the Hebrew Bible, Kashar? Signs and seasons.
Genesis chapter 1 and verse number 14.
Oh, hold on. Before you go to that, go to Leviticus 23. Because brothers are crafty with that. Leviticus 23 and start at the top. Right.
This is the book of Leviticus chapter 23 and verse number 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, concerning the feast of the Lord,
Concerning the feast of the Lord,
which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts.
so what brothers do, go to Sirach 43 and 6. This is what they do. And it's off. It's off. Amos said it's super off. Let's show you this.
Sirach chapter 43 and verse 6. He made the moon also to serve in her season, for a declaration of time,
right?
And a sign of the world.
The moon is a sign of the world. We'll show you what the moon is for today. Right, go on.
From the moon is the sign of peace, a light that decreaseth in her perfection.
So the moon starts off dark, it waxes strong, and then it's in its perfected state when it's full, and then it wanes. Right, go on.
The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing,
right?
Being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven.
Now, brother said the Sabbath is a feast day. Go to the book. Okay, if the Sabbath is a feast, did Yahweh shall fast 40 days and 40 nights? Then Yahweh shall go off. Because evidently, you're supposed to feast on that day. So did Yahweh shall sin? No. That word feast day means what? Let's pull it up in the Hebrew. Right, we're going to go to that word feast in Leviticus 23.
Even the day of atonement is a feast.
Yeah, like the brother said, the Day of Atonement is a feast. Right. But it doesn't mean you eat and drink.
Right. I got it right here.
Boy, man.
Right. So this is Salaki. I'm about to play it.
We're going to pull this up. Yeah, that's what it means. All right, guys. It says appointed place, appointed time, meeting. No, eating and drinking wine. Meeting. Appointed this is what the word feast means. Now, hold on, go to it in the Hebrew. What is the word? It says moed, which is really mashtaha, right? That's what it is. Mashtaha. Actually, it's like that's mawa'id. That's mawa'id in the Hebrew tongue. Let me say this. Esau say Moed, it's Mawa'id in the Hebrew. Mawa'id, which means an appointed time, right? A fixed day or a time. That's what the word feast means in the Hebrew tongue. So the moon is a sign used to show you appointed times throughout the year. You understand that? It's not a sign for you to drink wine, right? You pour up your wine. No, it's an appointed time because the moon determines our feast. But guess what? Your feasts are predicated off of agricultural labor. You understand? So you have different moons that come in throughout the year to show you when it's time to harvest, to show you when it's time to plant seeds, to show you when it's time to have your ingathering. That's when that's why you use the moon. You don't use the moon to determine your Sabbath. It's used for Shabbat one because it's an appointed time. Now go to Genesis 1 and 14. Right? Genesis 1 and 14.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse number 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons.
Can you look up seasons in the Hebrew? You'll see it's the exact same word as feast in Leviticus chapter 23. Let's pull it up.
Right.
See, it's the exact same word. Feast in Leviticus 23 and seasons in Genesis 1 is the exact same word. Why? Because you need the moon to show you the appointed times. To show you when it's time to do your ingathering. To show you when it's time to plant. Because you have different moons that come in. Now we're gonna show you, we're gonna get deeper into it. Go on. Hold on, no, you got it.
Con, I was about to bring it out.
Come.
Right, the same word, like the brother said, it say appointed place, appointed time, meeting, right? Appointing meeting, appointed sign or signal, tent of meeting.
It said a signal.
Wow.
Right? Now go to Genesis 1 and 14. So seasons doesn't mean it makes the moon makes it summertime. No, it just means an appointed time. And it's a sign. Right? Go on. I'll read that again.
Genesis 1 and 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years.
And for days and years. Now we're going to show you something. Right? We're going to pull this up. Boy, man. Now, the moon, go to Exodus 34, right? Go to Psalms 104 and 19. Right? So that word for seasons is mawa'id in the Hebrew, which means appointed time. If it was talking about like an actual eating and drinking feast, like Nabal, that would be mashtaha. So you have two different words for feast, but you have to know how to translate it from the Hebrew. So let's bring that up. So it doesn't mean that the Sabbath, since the moon determines your feast and the Sabbath is a feast, and you can just link them up. That's a lack of understanding of the law. The moon is just used as a sign for appointed times. That's why in Leviticus 23 and 4, it shows you these are my feasts that you keep in their appointed seasons. And in verse 2 and 3, he said, okay, this is the Sabbath day that comes in its appointed time. You see that? So the Sabbath appointed time is every 6 days of work and then 1 day of rest. But then you have other Sabbaths that come in appointed times predicated off of the moon. All right? Because you have certain moons that show at certain times of the year, like a harvest moon, right? Or a grass planting moon when it's time to plant. Let's bring it out.
Psalm chapter 104 and verse number 19. He appointed the moon for seasons.
For what?
For seasons.
Mama, the appointed times. And what?
The sun knoweth his going down.
Now go to Exodus 23 and 15. Right? It's a long lesson, but we got to do it, man. We can leave no stone unturned. Right? Let's bring this up.
The book of Exodus chapter 23 and verse number 15. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed
In the what?
and the time appointed.
What gave you the understanding to know about the time appointed? The moon. So you can know when it's time to keep this feast. Go on.
In the time appointed of the month of Bib.
In the month of Bib, right? Go on.
For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty.
And none shall appear before me empty. Go to Exodus 34 and 22.
Exodus chapter 34 and verse number 22. And thou shalt observe the feast of weeks, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering.
I need brothers to pay attention, right? Read that again.
And thou shalt observe the feast of weeks, of the first fruits of wheat harvest.
Your moon shows you when it's time to do a harvest. You understand? Go on. And because harvests come at different times throughout the year, right? You may have an ingathering at the end of the so-called year. Then you have your Pentecost or your Feast of First Fruits, and you need the moon to let you know, okay, it's time for this harvest. Go on.
And the feast of ingathering.
The Feast of Ingathering is the Feast of Tabernacles. But like we were saying earlier, a lot of us growing up in America, you think the feast day is just about wearing your garment and drinking wine. No, your feast day was really an appointed time for agricultural purposes. So you can rejoice that the Lord blessed the labor that you did in the field. So around this time, the Feast of Ingathering is the Feast of Tabernacles. So you're gathering in all of your crops at this appointed time. And you're going to rejoice and dwell in tabernacles because the Most High blessed your increase. So let's read on. Hold on. In the Feast of Ingathering,
at the year's end.
Hold on. At the what?
At the year's end.
At the what?
At the year's end.
The Feast of Tabernacles is at the end of the year. What year? What year is this talking about? It says that this is showing you have various cycles that the Most High gave us. You have civil years, you have something called a farmer's year, or a harvest year, or an agricultural year. You understand that? Because how many months are in a year? 12. So how in the 7th month is the Lord saying that's the end of the year? You have different cycles. One based off of the moon for a harvest, you understand? And you have a weekly Sabbath. Now the moon, this moon is letting you know it's the final time to gather the crops and the fruit of the field. That's why I said at the year's end. You understand? Because winter time is coming. So you got to get all your crops in. It's not the end of the actual year, but it's the end of the harvest year. You understand that? Now, what appointed sign did the Most High give us to let us know it's the end of the harvest year? What kind of moon? Hold on, say that in the mic, Gabar.
The harvest moon.
A harvest moon. You have a particular moon that's set up at this time to let you know it's time to gather all of your crops. Why? Because during the time of the harvest moon, that moon is different than other moons. That moon rises early, so you have time to gather all your crops. That moon is keeping a wild beast away. Because we can prove that even creatures know what the moon is for. Certain animals, the moon is not just for appointed times. The moon controls the climate, like the rain. Moon can affect the rain cycle. The moon can affect the tides. You can have a high tide or a low tide, right? Based off of the moon. The moon can even affect, you understand, the soil and the moisture in the soil because of the water. As the moon, well, we're not going to get too deep into it, but as the moon is within the firmament, it comes down at different times. So it appears larger because the moon is not outside the firmament, but it's in the firmament. So it's high, but sometimes it moves in different cycles. So it comes around the time of the 7th month as it's closer and the moon is larger to give you more light, to get more fruit and more increase. Not every full moon is a harvest moon. chiefly the seventh month. I'm going to show you what the moon is for, and that has nothing to do with the Sabbath.
I got a quick point too. Well, I just wanted to pull this up. Right, this is the definition, right, of the harvest moon. It says harvest moon is the term given to the full moon, which appears closest to the fall. Right, the point after which daylight hours start to reduce. For those of us in the northern hemisphere, it is named after the connection to farmers. That's still like it real fast. It says takes place between September 21 and 24 each year.
So the Most High gave you more light. You understand? Because the sun is beginning to set early. So now we, as laborers in the field, we need something to give us more time to gather in the increase of the field. Now we're going to pull this up and show you something. Right? We're going to pull this up. So we're going to give you an example of what the moon is for. So you have something called a harvest moon. And this only comes up at an appointed time. So if I'm out there laboring, I see this moon coming in, I'm like, damn, this is the time to gather. Because I don't have the news anchors to tell me, right? I don't have anybody else to tell me but the moon. The moon is letting me know and is speaking to me, get your stuff done. You got enough time, because after this, it's over. You understand that? Now we're going to go down and show you what the moon is actually for. So why is it called the harvest moon? Like leading what the brother was saying. For several evenings, the moon rise comes soon after sunset. Because the moon can come, sometimes you look at it, it can be like 3 a.m. The moon can rise around like 2 in the morning, but it comes right after sunset. So it says this results in an abundance of bright moonlight early in the evening. Why do farmers need this? Because it keeps the wild beasts away and you have more time. You understand? Like Joshua said, let the sun stand still. We need more time. Right? It says, which was a traditional aid to farmers and crews harvesting their summer crops. Hence, it is called the harvest moon. Well, understand that. So the moon is used at appointed times. Now, we're gonna play this clip. Brothers can watch this and play it on your own. Like I said, it's a lot of, I know brothers like, damn, what is this? And hey man, we gotta go into it. Right. Because after this, I don't know what brothers are gonna say. Because they're gonna have to tackle every point we made.
Right. And they was asking for Genesis 1 and 4. They've been asking since the beginning of the lesson.
And we breaking it down for you. We're gonna make it plain.
By science at NASA.
My brothers can watch, listen to this.
According to folklore, every full moon has a special name.
Hold on, turn this up.
The harvest moon is hidden by science at NASA. According to folklore, every full moon has a special name. There's the wolf moon, the snow moon.
Can brothers hear that?
The sprout
all right, that's all right. That's okay.
The flower moon.
They won't let us turn up the volume.
The thunder moon.
Right?
The sturgeon moon.
But that's okay. Hold on. It's going to get to the point. You'll see a picture we want you to see.
And the long night's moon.
Right?
Each name tells us something about the season or month in which the full moon appears.
And they know, even the scholars and farmers know that. The month lets you know certain times for farming. Go on.
This month's full moon is the harvest moon. The harvest moon is the full moon that falls closest to the autumnal equinox,
Right.
the beginning of northern autumn. In 2013, the moon is full on the night of September 18th, while the equinox follows close behind on September 22nd. The coincidence sets the stage for a nice display of harvest moonlight.
They say it's a coincidence. No, the Most High gave you that. So you can know how to do your Feast of Ingathering.
In the days before light bulbs, farmers relied on moonlight to help them harvest their crops.
See that? Farmers relied, if you can't hear, we'll tell you. And the days before light bulbs and tractor lights, you had the moon to help you see and harvest your crops. So this is the brightest moon of the year that the Most High gave you at an appointed time to keep your feast, meaning at the appointed time, it's time to do the Feast of Ingathering.
Many crops ripen all at once in late summer and early autumn, so farmers found themselves extremely busy at this time of year. They had to work after sundown. Moonlight became an essential part of farming, and so the harvest moon was born. There's more to the harvest moon, however, than just an old-fashioned name. It really is special. Throughout the year, the moon rises, on average, about 50 minutes later each day.
Right.
But near the autumnal equinox,
Around the time of the Feast of Ingathering, what did the Most High do with the moon?
shrinks to only 30 minutes.
He let the moon rise earlier and brighter to give you more time at this appointed season to gather in your corn and your wine. Let's understand that?
The reason is, at the beginning of autumn, the moon's orbital path makes a narrow angle with the
So that's it. That's it. We don't have to get too deep in that. Now, boy, oh boy, man. Let's go to the book of Joshua 3 and 15. Right? So the moon does many things, man. Right? You have, let's put this up. You even have where even they're confirming where ancient men knew that the moon affected the rain. So now they're saying, well, look, we found out that that was true. So the moon can affect the rainfall, the moon can affect the tides. So when these different moons are coming in and the so-called weather patterns are changing, you know it's time to plant your seeds around, there's something in the Bible called the early and latter rain. Have you heard that before? So you have something called the early and latter rain, right? So around the time of the latter rain is the time when you have flooding. We'll show you that around rivers to around the time of the full moon, the grass sprouting moon, to have these crops grow before your harvest. Let's bring that up. Joshua 3 and 15.
Joshua chapter 3 and verse 15. And as they that bear the ark were coming to Jordan, and the feet of the priests that bear the ark were dipped in the brim of the water, for the
Jordan River
overfloweth all his banks all the time of the harvest.
All the what?
All the time of the harvest.
Because around it, this is Feast of First Fruits, the barley. Around this time, you have a what? A full moon. And now, all of a sudden, you have the banks overflow. Because around the time of the full moon, it's going to cause the rain, you understand, to come and increase the tides and cause the harvest to overflow. Go to Sirach 24 and 26. So now, around this time of the moon, the farmer says, okay, damn. Every time that this moon comes in, this grass sprouting moon, I understand that the waters are going to overflow and it's almost time to put the sickle to the barley. That's what the moon is for. So we can know how to live. We didn't have 9 to 5s and keyboard jobs. We worked at a field. So we needed something. Let's bring that up.
Saint Rep, chapter 24 and verse 25. He filled all things with his wisdom, as the sun and as Tigris in the time of the new fruits.
So the Lord has rivers that are rising and increase based off of when the moon comes in, because the moon determines these appointed times. Go on.
He maketh the understanding to abound.
He maketh man's understanding to abound
like Euphrates and as Jordan in the time of the harvest.
You see that? The water is rising and it's affected by the moon, which used to show you about your harvest. Go
on. He maketh the doctrine of knowledge appear as the light, and as Gion in the time of vintage.
And now that's the Nile River. In the time of the vintage, even the Egyptians, they knew, okay, that the Nile River is increasing the banks. It's time after that to put the sickle to the barley, because now the crops are going to be maxed out. Because that's what the moon is used to show you as a farmer. Well,
the first man knew her not perfect.
That's it on that. So brothers understand how the moon is actually being used. We don't have to go really in depth on that. I have one more. Let me pull this up. Now this says when the moon. Now this is from the commentary. Now it says the moon is for what? For measuring weeks, months, and among the nations. Now it determines your month, right? It says years also, distinguishing the seasons of the year and what? And directing the business of the husbandman. So that's what the moon is for. That's why I said appointed times. For governing the tides, the moon affects how the banks are going to increase. That's the appointed time for man. The state of the weather, the moon can affect the rainfall, you know, and diverse other natural events, as also the times for sacred and civil affairs, which are commonly regulated among the moon. not only among the Jews, but among the heathen also. So everybody knew that the moon was set up for appointed times for a harvest. That's all I have.
God. And question, since everybody wants to say that the moon determines the Sabbath, what day was the moon made on?
Right? The fourth day.
The fourth day. Wait, but when did the Sabbath come in? The seventh day.
Right.
So if the Lord determined when we kept our Sabbath day by counting the days, what the hell does the moon have to do with that? That's the point that brothers want to leave alone. So,
and even if they say, well, that's 1,000 years, let's say they say this, what the Lord said as 1,000 years. If let's say you're strong as an ox, are you an ox? It's a similar. You can't bound the Most High by time. He's outside of time. So, brother, go to 2 Peter 3, but it's speaking about how the Lord is long suffering. So you may be in this hell for 1,000 years, but the Most High could come like that, man. 1,000 years is as one day, right? You're fast as lightning. You're stronger than an ox. And even if they say that, and the Most High's Sabbath is the seventh day, why is theirs the first one the eighth? You're still going the hell off. You're still cutting yourself. Because the Most High's on the seventh. Yours on the eighth.
Salakia. And a brother asked us on the highways and byways. I was talking to Orion when the brother asked us. I said, that's a good question. That's a cut. How did you determine the first day, the second day, and the third day before the moon? If the Lord's, hold on, let's read it. It's Genesis 1, and we'll go to verse 2. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. Okay. When the moon and the sun made on the fourth day, right. So what light is that? What light is that? What light is that?
And how is that darkness determined?
Please, I want somebody, because brothers been scoffing hard, man. Talking all types of crazy, man. We haven't been disrespectful at all. We never called anybody out their name. We didn't diminish anybody's work. Brothers is effeminate, man. I'm gonna keep it real. Brothers is effeminate. And it's upsetting because we just bringing forth strong reasoning, thus saith the Lord. Right? Let me finish. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. So was the moon there to determine that day? No, the moon wasn't there to determine that day because the moon wasn't created. That's right. So how the hell do we use the moon to determine the Sabbath when the Lord said the Sabbath comes on the seventh day? Nowhere in the scripture do you say, look, you got to go off the moon to get your 7 days. That's man's understanding. That's man added to the scripture. That's men not being able to break down, thus saith the Lord, and they start twisting and bending and dislocating scriptures so it can fit their doctrine.
God.
The Lord counted days to get to the Sabbath. Stop saying y'all following the Gregorian calendar. That's all your argument is. You don't have a damn argument. Y'all just go by what you think brothers do. When we just explained, we count a consecutive 6 days of work and get to the seventh. If the new moon falls in between those consecutive days we counted, we keep the new moon, but we still keep the Sabbath because it's consecutive 6 days work and the seventh day is the Sabbath.
And go ahead, King Slacky.
It's just that simple. Y'all have no argument. Y'all say y'all following the Jewish man. Well, if you know anything about history, John Hyrcanus took those Edomites in captivity, and what did he make them do?
Follow the law.
He made them follow the law. That's how Herod knew the damn law. So was Herod off because he was forced to keep the cap? Well, yeah, Herod was off too. Right. I say that. But was he off when he was raised up in that to know when the Sabbath was?
That's why he set him up.
There we go.
As the king of the Jews. Now what you're looking at is the Gregorian calendar. How many days are in a week? 7 days in a week. So this is their week argument. What you're looking at, you had a so-called Julian calendar named after Julius Caesar, right? Now, it was 11 seconds off, right? So in the process of time, those 11 seconds turned to 10 days. So Pope Gregory, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the 16th, if I'm not mistaken, right? But as Pope Gregory went to compensate, he removed so-called 10 days. Now, when you're looking at this calendar, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 16, 17. So brothers say, well, how are you keeping the Sabbath? Right? It went from the 14th to the 15th. You still have 7 consecutive days of work. So if you're keeping a Sabbath day, it's still going to be on the 7th day of the week. Do brothers understand that? They didn't take a day out of the week. Right? It's not like okay, now it's 3 days. Now it's 5 days. It's still so-called Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and simply because you have changed the dates around doesn't affect the weekly cycle in the days. So you're still, even on the 4th, are they like, well, I don't know, it's the 5th. No, it's the next day. It's still the 6th day. You brothers understand that? No matter what you change around in the so-called numerology or the numbers, you're not altering a weekly cycle. So we're still keeping a Sabbath with 6 days of work and a 7th day of rest. Brothers understand that? Now, I want to prove this, right? Let's further get into it. They say, we're not calm, right? You're going off, right? Now we're going to go to that. Let me put this up. Boy, man, hold on. Hold on, we got a lot. Hold on, bear with me. We got a lot of, all right, check this out. This is more information on the Gregorian calendar, right? In the 1582, the old Julian calendar was replaced with the new improved Gregorian calendar, which is the calendar system we use today. At the time of the change of the new calendar system, those 10 days were simply dropped out of the calendar to get the dating system of the calendar back in sync with the solar system, because they had this 365.25 days. It was Thursday, October 4th, 1582, and the next day, Friday, should have been the 5th. However, the new calendar made the next day the 15th. It says that change had no impact on the 7th day weekly cycle. Whether that following Friday was numbered the 5th or the 15th, it's still the 6th day of the week.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It's still going to be the 6th day of the week. Then after that, it's the Sabbath.
Right.
That's plain. And the day that followed was still the 7th day of the week. Even Esau adds so-called leap years. It doesn't affect the day of the week. You still have 6 periods of work and 1 day of rest. As long as you're following the cycle of 6 days of work and 1 day of rest, you're following the commandment. You changing dates does not affect a weekly cycle. So that argument is null and void. Now they can say, well, hold on now. It did change, right? You guys are off. Well, they may not believe us. The Most High said that he would give us, at Baruch 29 and 30, they should remember. So the Most High is going to give us back the Sabbath day. Right now, I want to pull this up. We only got a few more. Right now, boy, let me see. This is I'll close out of that. Right, we have it. I'll leave that up. Now, this is showing you. We're going to give you historical references on how even the scholars know, and our forefathers and the historians know that we've always kept the Sabbath day on so-called Saturday. Now, before we get it, let me get this. It's a whole lot. I want to, Salaki, bear with me.
And touch on that real fast, what you was bringing out. Brothers did a video on the Code Cut channel, right? Going into the history of the new year, in which you can actually go into, right, the Chesterfield's Act, right, or the British Calendar Act, right, of 1751, right, showing that period, right, from the late 1500s, right, up until the 1750s, right, where how Esau used, right, March as the so-called New Year, right, and when they changed from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, right, it was all the same days, right, so there was no misstep, right, or so-called days taken out, right, nothing was ever affected. It just went, right, from a changing, right, that the so-called number of the day, right, which is where you have those so-called some say 11 days or some say 10, right, or where you have the 4th jump to the 15th.
Right. And a weekly cycle still remains the same.
Yeah, still the same.
Because how many days is a week?
7. Wait. Now, this is from let me pull this up. This is from Cassio Dio, Roman history. Right? So they know, if anybody knows about our history, read Judith the 5th chapter. The heathen know, and our forefathers knew. Now check this out. Now it says, thus was Jerusalem destroyed on the very day of Saturn, the day which even now the Jews reverence most. So they destroyed Jerusalem on their day of Saturn. When is the Romans' day of Saturn? What day of the week is that? Their seventh day. That's where you get the word Saturday from the so-called Roman god called Saturn. The heathen knew that we were at our so-called weakest point on the Sabbath. If you have an altering Sabbath, it's hard for me to attack you. But if you say what? Can't say that in the Maccabees. The Romans knew that. All the heathen know we have to attack them on the Sabbath. That's the Roman day of Saturn. The Roman day of Saturn is always their seventh day of the week. And it never changes. So they said this is their Sabbath day. You understand that? So even a heathen know to attack us on certain days. Now I want to get something else.
Salakia. I think they brought that up in the Kings and Generals, or it might have been in Leviticus when they talked about that.
Come.
I believe so. Don't quote me, but
yeah, they brought that up.
I think they did.
Now this is from Josephus.
Bring up something too.
Oh.
All right, this is the book of First Maccabees, right? Chapter 2 and verse number 32. They pursued after them a great number, and having overtaken them, they encamped against them and made war against them on the Sabbath day. And they said unto them, let us that which ye have done thitherto suffice, and come forth and do according to the commandment of the king, and ye shall live. But they said, we would not come forth, neither will we do the king's commandment to profane the Sabbath day. So then they gave them the battle with all speed. Howbeit they answered them not, neither cast they a stone at them, nor stopped the place where they had laid hid, but said, let us die all in our innocency. Heaven and earth shall testify for us that ye put us to death wrongfully. So they already knew when our Sabbath day was, right, when to come a camp about us, you understand? And they know we couldn't so-called, do any work or anything like that on the Sabbath day. So these heathens know our history, and that's a precept on it right there.
Now this is from Flavius Josephus, the Wars of the Jews, right? Now you can look this up on your own. Josephus was an Israelite, right? Some will say he's a sellout, some will say he wasn't, right? But regardless of his character, you have documented accounts. It says, nor had the Romans succeeded their endeavors, had not Pompey taken notice of the 7 days on which the Jews abstained from all works of work on a religious account, and raised his bank, but restrained his soldiers from fighting on those days, for the Jews only acted defensively on Sabbath days. So it says even an Edomite, he know that our 7th day of the week is always consecutive, right? If it was based off of the moon, then he would attack us on the transition day. They could attack us on the new moon or whatever, but he knew I can't look on a Sabbath day, that's the day. What is that? The 7th days, right? Not that if it's the lunar Sabbath, their first Sabbath is on the 8th day. Their first Sabbath is on the 8th day. So that means he would attack them on the 8th day, but he attacked on the 7th. Why? Because that's your Sabbath day. You understand that? Even the Romans and the Edomites knew when to attack us. It's more, right? It's a little bit more documented evidence. Now, what you're looking at now is a map or pretty much an article that shows the correlation between the word Saturday and the Sabbath. Just about every country you go to around the world, the third Saturday means Sabbath, right? So in Arabic, which shows you that every nation knows that the 7th day of the week is our Sabbath. Arabic is al-Sabbat, Armenian is Shabbat, Bosnian is Suboto, Bulgarian Sabata, Polish is Sabbat, Polish Sabata, Russian Subata. Why is every nation under the sun There's a seventh day of the week called the Sabbath. Except you brothers who just want to keep it based off of the moon. Even the other nations know that you brothers speak Spanish, right? The seventh day of the week is Sabado. Sabado in the so-called Spanish. Because even the other nations know that the Sabbath day or so-called Saturday has always been a Sabbath. You understand that? You can look that up on your own. Any language you go to, you ask them Saturday, they're going to say that's the Sabbath day. Right? And the Israelites are scattered all over. Now, like I said, we go along, so I want to kind of get through this. Boy, now we got more, right? Give me Ezekiel 28:3. Right? Ezekiel 28:3. We running towards home base.
Home run try.
Con.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 28, and verse number 1.
Right?
I'll
read 3 straight to the point.
Verse number 3. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel. There is no secret that they can hide from thee.
There's what?
There is no secret that they can hide from thee.
So this devil's figuring out stuff, man. He got information. Your blood type, where you at, your organ type of tissue, your thumbprint, what you're doing right now. Now, what we brought that out to show you, even like we brought out in the ancient world, in antiquity, and modern day times, they say that our Sabbath has been altered, right? But even the top astronomers and men that go to so-called, and they study this, they know. So let's read this. By calculating the eclipses, it can be proven that no time has been lost, and the creation days were 7, divided into 12 hours each. So even they know from the beginning, it's always going to be the 7th day. A man-made calendar cannot affect the days of the week. You understand? That's what the Lord said. They should think to change times and laws, right? But it's always going to be a 7-day week. All right, it says, now that's from Dr. Henley, which was a well-known astronomer. It's more than that. Here's another one. The human race has never lost the septenary 7-day sequence of the week, and that the Sabbath of those latter times come down to us from Adam through the ages without a single lapse. So the Sabbath has never changed. That's another professor of astronomy, not astrology, astronomy. Boy, right? We don't have to read this whole thing. Right? Here's another one. This is from Dr. Lyman Coleman. 7 has been an ancient and honored number among the nations of the earth. They have measured their times by weeks from the beginning, not from the moon. From the beginning, the origin of this was the Sabbath of God, as Moses had given the reasons for it in his writing. Here's another one. There has been no change in our calendar in past centuries that has affected in any way the cycle of the week. That's from the U.S. Naval Observatory. And we can go on and on, which we won't. Right? Here's another one. Let's get hold on. I want to get, there's more in this. It says, this from the Encyclopedia Britannica. The week is a period of 7 days, not 8 days or 9 days. It has been employed from time immemorial in almost all Eastern countries. So even every scholar and everybody knows the Sabbath day hasn't changed. All right, here's General O. Mitchell. For more than 3,000 years, science has gone backward, and with profound research reveals the fact that in a vast period, the length of the day has not changed by 100th part of a single second of time. Golly, man. And they know this, right? In spite of all our dickerings, and this is why they changed the Sabbath from what day? Saturday to what? Sunday. To Sunday. Why would they change it from Saturday to Sunday? If they want to, because that's how they want to keep you away from your heritage. Keep you away from the Most High. And make profit off of you. There's never an account, unless it's small factions in the ancient world, of our forefathers keeping the lunar Sabbath. That's why they changed it from Saturday. In spite of all our dickerings with the calendar, it is patent that the human race never lost the 7-day sequence of the week, and that the Sabbath of the latter times comes down from Adam. So we don't have to read all of this, but you can look this up on your own, right? You can look it up on your own. I have one more. Boy, man, we got a lot, but we closing up, right? We're in a closing stretch. So like I want to get this. Oh, hold on, Elder. All right, well, we don't have to, that's from Philo, but we want to keep it plain. Now, this is from Antiquities of the Christian Church, Volume 2. The ancient Christians were very careful in the observation of Saturday or the seventh day. That means Timothy, Titus, Polycarp, all the men who came after the apostles, they kept the seventh day Sabbath. It is plain that all the Oriental churches, meaning the Eastern churches,
Asia Minor,
and the greatest part of the world observe the Sabbath as a festival. Athanasius, who was the bishop of Alexandria, said, likewise tells us that they held religious assemblies on the Sabbath day, not because they were infected with Judaism, but to worship Yahweh, the Lord of the Sabbath. Now, Athanasius, he's responsible for canonizing a lot of the books. So he knew about the Sabbath. He said it's always the seventh day. From Moses to Yahweh, even to the early church, it's always just been a Saturday. Boy, it's more. You can look this up on your own. In 781, the famous China monument was inscribed in marble to tell the growth of Christianity in China at that time. The inscription of 763 words was unearthed near the city of Kangan in 1625, and now stands in the forest of tablets in Kangan. This is what it says. On the seventh day, we offer sacrifices after having purified our hearts and received absolution for our sins. So it even spread around the world, and they kept it on Saturday. That's why Saturday is always called the Sabbath in other parts of the world, because it's always been on a so-called Saturday. All right, but like I said, if brothers want to, you can look more of this up on your own. You know, we don't want to spend too much time. Oh, here's another one. This is from Strategimicon, or Greek and Roman antidotes concerning military policy. It reads, Divus Augustus Vespasian, which means the deified Vespasian. Brothers know about Vespasian. What did Vespasian do? Destroy Jerusalem in 70 AD, right? Flavian dynasty. Vespasian, by attacking the Jews on a Saturday, on which they are forbidden to do anything important, was victorious. So the so-called white man knows he attacked us on a Saturday. They were there. Any ancient army had scribes that came with them to document their endeavors and what military enterprises they did. So one of the scribes said, when we took down the Jews, it was on Saturday. Why was it on Saturday? Because that's the Sabbath day. And that's the Roman seventh day. Brothers understand that? All right, it might be one more. Now this is from Augustus, volume 86.1. The designation of the seventh day of the week, Saturday, by the Jewish term Sabbath, seems to have been common. So everybody knew in the ancient world that the seventh day, not the eighth day. Where's the account of them attacking us on the eighth day? That's madness. Absolute madness. The seventh day, which was their day of Sabbath, it couldn't have been based off of the moon, because it would have been the eighth day. But understand that? Plain upon tables that he may run that reader thing. Right? We got maybe one more. These are just secular accounts. Right? We read that. Okay, here you have it. This is from Cassius Dio again, right? 37. Thus the defenders were captured on the day of Saturn. This is when the Greeks took us down, and the Romans. without making any defense, and all the wealth was plundered. The kingdom was given to Hyrcanus, and Aristobulus was carried away because he made a league with the Romans. They had a civil war going on, right? Hyrcanus, they were brothers or a family, and they fought amongst each other. And one had to league with the white man, said, take my brother out, which is off. So Hyrcanus came into power and said, okay, now it's time to make these Edomites follow the commandments. They took us down on what day? What day? Saturday, which is the Roman 7th day, not the 8th day. What else we got? Oh boy. Now, we can go all day, but are we? No, we're not going to go all day. Right? And Gabar got stuff in the cut. Gabar got stuff in the cut. Now, oh boy. Okay, now this is from Tibullus, a Latin poet, 54 BC, right? References the Sabbath in one of his elegies, right? With a paper called the Jewish Sabbath and Latin classical writers, because they don't believe us. We're just niggas of WFI. Why do you have all of these witnesses? And where you got brothers that put 3 sources, documents, all right, that are being they're under heavy scrutinization. Now, this is Tibullus. He said, let me jump down. All promised to return, yet there nothing to stay her from looking back in tears and terror on my journey. Yea, even I, her comforter, after I had parted my charge, sought still in my disquiet for reasons of lingering delay. Either birds or words of evil omen were my great pretext. Or there was a Christian holy day of Saturn, which is Saturday, to detain me.
And what day? When was this? 54 what?
BC. So they even knew that the 7th day of the week was Saturday. Everybody knows that. So what are brothers doing? They're doing what they want to do. Right? They're doing what they want to do. Now, it says,
you still got brothers defending this 8th day, man.
Well, right. I don't know how you're defending the 8th day.
This is
The Jewish Sabbath, of which no work was to be undertaken, and the implication is clear that unwillingness to set off on a journey, but Ezra took a journey on the 7th day. So that shows you that new moon is a day, right? On the Sabbath day, which was no unusual thing among the inhabitants of Rome. That's plain. Now, Gabar, I know you had something.
Right. So, all right, right. So, this is right the complete, right, and unabridged works of Philo, right, by a C.D. Younger. It says the synagogues, whether buildings or groups described in the Gospels and Acts, are later than Philo, Yahushua, and Paul. The writings of Latin and Greek authors prior to 200, right, CE, provide a useful background against which the read of religious texts. They know of Sabbath as a day that is celebrated in the Jewish home, beginning with the Friday lamp lighting and evening meal.
The Friday night lamp lighting.
Right, when the sun going down during the evening.
Now
Right?
that's Philo.
The complete works of Philo.
Now, boy, oh boy, man. Now this is let me get this. This is let me pull this up. This is from Appian, right? Volume 2, 282 through 283. We didn't write these historical documents, right? I've never met Appian, but listen to what he said. The masses have long since shown a desire to adopt our religious observance, because the 7th day Sabbath spread all throughout the world. Huh? Okay. All right. It reads, the masses have long shown a keen desire to adopt our religious observances. And there is not one city, Greek or barbarian, nor a single nation to which our custom, this is what he's saying, an Israelite, of abstaining from work on the 7th day has not spread. So they knew that the seventh day Sabbath spread all over the world. That's why Saturday, or the seventh day of the week, is always called the Sabbath in other countries, right? Where our fast and lighting of lamps are not observed, right? So you can't get around that, right? You can't get around that, and there's plenty of proof, right? Bear with me.
I'm gonna jump back in.
Oh, go ahead.
All right.
Bring it up.
Right, and
Can I show that book to the camera?
right, and this is from like the big.
I don't want to lose it. Okay.
Right there.
All right, this is what the brother got.
Right, it's a mighty book, right? The complete work of the right, lots of historical facts, information, man, right, edification, right, and also sources, right, outside, right, of so-called Christians, man, right? You have learned men, right, study men, right, who were theologians, man, right? You had those men, right, who also opposed, right, the Bible and Christianity, and given historical context and source, and validate the scriptures, man, right? Right, so this is page, right, 104, right, of the Josephus, man, right? Right, in the antiquities of the Jews, man, right? Because as we just went to a Philo, right, a study Hellenistic, right, Greek and Roman scholar, man, right? It says Philo and others appear to have understood this law better than Josephus, man. Right, so Philo, a learned man, right? Josephus, right, another learned scholar, man, right, understood, right, of the Sabbath day, right, then from Friday sundown, right, to Saturday sundown, right? Right now, I'm gonna jump right to page, right, 309, right, right, the book of 13 containing the interval of 82 years from the death of Judas Maccabeus to the death of Queen Alexandra, right? In the first chapter on this page, right, it says, but when Bacchides knew that Jonathan had pitched his camp among the lakes of Jordan, he observed when their Sabbath day came, and then assaulted him, as opposing that he would not fight because of the law for resting on that day. Right, so as the verse was going into, we can go through, and it's plenty more accounts, right, that we get into, right, but for the second time in Akim, right, we're not going to get into them, right, but there's plenty of accounts in the Josephus historical records and accounts, right, showing that these heathens knew that our Saturday was Saturday and were playing these days to attack.
Now, let me say this. Brothers might say our count was wrong for Pentecost. Right? So, brother, well, maybe you guys got it wrong. It's 100 days. Now, we're about to show you, this is GMS, right? These are elders. They've been in the truth 25, 30 years. And we love the elders, right? We have no ill thing to say. But we're going to even show you how GMS, because they teach the lunar Sabbath, right? And brothers come out of Great Millstone. So let's see how this is Apostle Rhyme Law. Now he can come out and say, look, I made a mistake. I didn't mean to say that. It was a slip of the tongue. But we're going to show you something. This is a clip. Listen carefully.
Made by fire unto the bread.
Hold on.
Is the Lord's Passover. So when the 14th day came in, that was the Passover, which was also the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
Hold on. You heard what he said? Because we could be wrong. Even Apostle Rhyme agrees that your Passover is the first day of Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now, he's been in the truth, I believe, well over 30 years. An elder man, a very learned man, right? Well, you got to turn that down because we got to play this out loud, right? And we have nothing ill to say. We're just showing you that he even said this is how he went into the Pentecost.
Is the Lord's Passover. So when the 14th day came in, that was the Passover, which was also the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because the beginning or the beginning or the 14th day at evening is the beginning of the 15th day.
Did we say that?
Which is the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which on the night of the Passover, you didn't eat leavened bread. It says, and on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread, which is the same day.
Same day.
Unto the Lord, 7 days you must eat unleavened bread. In the first day you shall have an holy convocation. You shall do no servile work therein.
Hold on now. This is everything we said.
Right.
So we're on one accord. All right. Let's go on.
Shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord 7 days. In the 7th day is an holy convocation. You shall do no servile work therein. So the first day is a Sabbath, which is an actual Sabbath, which is the 15th day of the month. And then 7 days later, which would actually be the 20th day, that would be a Sabbath. And then the next day, you have the regular Sabbath.
Hold on now.
Hold
on now.
Where's double? Oh man.
Hold on now. So he's even telling you that you have Sabbath days. You have a new moon, then you got Sabbath days in the middle of a so-called working week. But hold on.
First. So you had Sabbaths within Sabbaths, you know, but then you had the regular weekly Sabbath.
Same thing.
Not the moonly Sabbath.
He said, not the moonly Sabbath. He's going to say it's an inside joke.
The inside joke.
Right? Now it's about to get good.
It says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel and say unto them, when you become into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then you shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest. And this is one of those days that you kept as far as the feast of first fruits. That was one of the days that you would keep to the Lord, which they call today the Pentecost. You know, in the New Testament it's called Pentecost, but it's really the feast of first fruits. Because what would happen is you would have the Passover, and then the last Sabbath of the Passover, when that Sabbath was done, then you began to count. You know, you began to count for the 50 days. And at the end of the 50 days, you would keep that last day, which was a Sabbath.
Hold on. Did brothers hear that?
Oh, man.
Did brothers hear that? Now, if he starts to count after 50 days, that would be 2 Sabbath days and a count of 100 days. Let's go back a little bit.
But it's really the feast of first fruits. Because what would happen is you would have the Passover, and then the last Sabbath of the Passover, when that Sabbath was done, then you began to count. You know, you began to count for the 50 days. And at the end of the 50 days, you would keep that last day, which was a Sabbath, which they called the Feast of Pentecost, which really was the Feast of First Fruits, or the Feast of Ingathering.
Yeah, because the first of the flock, be it of the flock of vegetation, fruits and whatnot, they all belong to the Heavenly Father. In other words, he takes his cut from off the top.
That's right.
And the members of the elect, they're like a first fruits. Because I got the scripture here. The book of James 1 and 18.
And they're not wrong with what they're saying that you left like the first fruit. You know? Now, the point of the matter is he told you how to keep the Pentecost. Right? He told you how to do it.
Leviticus 23.
There's more.
I'll start at 10 again. Speak unto the children of Israel, saying to them, when you become into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then you shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest. And he shall wave the sheaf before the Lord to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. Right, and that's why the priest would receive those things, because the priest, that was, you know, they didn't work. You know, on the suburbs or the compensation, the Lord get blemished by fire unto the measurements. And you shall eat, shall be a statute forever through the wave offering. Ye shall, and it said.
But the point is, he went into it and even showed you. Okay, he even showed that was there too. All right, that's all right. He even showed you how to keep the Sabbath. Right? So I mean that's plain. Now let's we about to wrap up. We don't know we wrapping up. We got it, man. Let's go to the book of Revelation 22 and 18 again. Come to the book of Revelation, chapter 22. And 4, I testify unto every man that heareth the words of this prophecy. Oh boy. We have one more point we want to get into. Before you read that, we're not going to spend too much time, but we're going to keep it quick. Keep it real quick. Here's another calendar. Hold on. See that?
Yeah, we ain't
even touch on this.
Wow.
Now, this is man in the wilderness. Real quick, let's go to Numbers 10 and 11.
Okay.
Right? I know brothers, you know.
Mighty,
But this is another point.
Numbers chapter 10 and verse number 11. And it came to pass on the 20th day of the second month in the second year that the cloud was taken up from off the tabernacle of testimony.
Right? So they would go on their journey. Go on.
And the children of Israel took their journeys out of the wilderness of Sinai, and the cloud rested in the wilderness of Paran, and they took their journey according to the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses. In the first place went the standard of the camp.
Hold on. Read 11 one more time. Read the just beginning. I want to get the date.
Numbers 10 and 11. And it came to pass on the 20th day.
On the what?
On the 20th day.
Right?
Of the second month.
So this journey is about to begin on the 20th day of the second month. When is their Sabbath? What day would that be? The 22nd. Are you supposed to work on that day?
No.
That's a day of rest, right? Jump to verse 33.
Verse number 33. And they departed from the mount of the Lord.
Numbers 10. Kanye, that's what I want. Go ahead.
3 days journey.
How long was their journey?
3 days journey.
So they journeyed on the 20th. They journeyed on the 21st. And they're traveling and journeying on their so-called Sabbath. So hold on now. That means the Lord got them breaking the Sabbath day. Because when you're journeying and you're resting, you got to set up your tent. You have to do work. Can you gather sticks on the Sabbath? You can't do no work on the Sabbath. So that shows you that the 22nd couldn't have been a Sabbath day because they're working and they're laboring. Go on.
And the ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them in the 3 days journey to search out a resting place for them.
So they went on a 3 days journey, and one of their journey is they're traveling on a Shabbat. And they're laboring, they have to build their tent and set up camp on the Sabbath. So I get the 22nd be their Sabbath. Brothers understand that? That's plain. One more quick point. Now we're going to deal with the manna. Go to Exodus 16 and 4. Boy, oh boy.
Exodus chapter 16 and verse number 4.
Right.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or no.
So the Most High is about to give them manna. When did this start? Go to verse 1.
Exodus chapter 16 and verse 1.
Right.
And they took their journey from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai.
On what day?
On the 15th day.
On the what?
On the 15th day.
This would be their weekly Sabbath.
Of the second month after their departing out of the land of Egypt.
So the Lord told them that, okay, I'm going to give you manna for 6 days, and then the 7th day, you're not going to have any manna. Brothers understand that? So let's count. All right? And this is one of their points they like to use for their advantage. But you're going to destroy your whole doctrine. Because the Sabbath day is that day, right? So their first day would be the 16th, right? The 17th is the second day. The 18th is the third day. The 19th is the fourth day. The 20th, right? The 21st. And then the 7th day is going to be the 22nd. So they say, yeah, you see that? See, the Sabbath day falls on the 15th and the 22nd. How many years did the Most High give us manna? Brothers know? 40 years. So that's 40 years of 6 consecutive, you understand, days of gathering manna. Uninterrupted. Uninterrupted 40 years of 6 and then 7. 6 and then 7. 6 and then 7. 6 and then 7 for 40 years straight. You understand that? Now, you can say, well, okay, the 22nd, but let's keep counting. All right, day 1, 23rd, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7. They say, you see the 29th? Oh, now, see, that shows that the lunar Sabbath is true. Let's keep counting. day one, transition day. The first day, I thought this was 6 days of gathering manna. So after the 29th, and it's a transition day, did the Israelites gather manna? Nobody. Who? That's a question for them.
Up in the air.
Because this day don't exist. Did the Most High stop giving manna, or did he get manna? You brothers that's keeping the lunar Sabbath, I wanted to do 2 questions. That's my final question for brothers keeping the lunar Sabbath. I would like to see the answer. Did you guys get manna on a transition day or not? Because the Most High told you to get a double portion for the Sabbath. That means you would have to get more for the transition day. But where's that at? The Most High said, okay, you got the Sabbath, but the transition day is coming in, so get quadruple amount. Then the new moon, which is not a day, a worship day, you need more for that day. Where's all of this manna? He gave to every man according to their work that they gathered. So if you're keeping a lunar Sabbath, how after the 29th, you can't even start your first week because that day don't count. So did the Most High give manna on that day? What did they do on this day? Right? And I would like to see, can somebody give an answer?
No.
All right, let's see. Somebody, come on now. Don't be shy.
They kind of left out after we played.
Oh, they left out after we played the elders.
GMS played, they kind of.
All right. Like I said, only wanted one second. 2 questions. That's my final question.
That was kind of blowing up earlier.
Yeah.
That was kind of.
And that was literally right before we played the video. They was on it.
Now I want to know: did the Most High? Can we get what the Most High had us for 40 years? Right. I believe it tells you in Joshua that was the last. We was in the wilderness for 40 years. Can somebody let me know, was manna given out on a transition day? Or did you rest? Or did you get more food? Because you need food, right? Because that's the day after the Sabbath. Then there's a day that don't count.
Where's that count?
Oh, they say it's Shabbat, not Shabbat.
All right, can somebody let me know? All right. Now brothers could do a bit, they could do it like, okay, look, this is what happened on the transition day with manna. You would have to give an answer. Now, if you say he gave manna, that means your week is going to be 8 days. You understand? But the Most High gave it for 6 consecutive days, and then the Sabbath. And then if you say he gave it on the transition day, what about the new moon? Did he give manna on a new moon or not? Bring it up, King.
It's the book of Exodus, chapter 16 and verse 35. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years.
How long?
40 years.
How long to eat manna?
40 years.
6 days of gathering manna and 1 day of rest for 40 years straight. Not 8 days of gathering manna, not 4 days, but 6 days. It's impossible with a lunar Sabbath. It's just impossible. Go on.
Until they came to a land inhabited, they did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan.
That's plain. Brothers understand that? That's plain. What happened on the transition day? It's not biblical. That shows you it's not of God. It's of man. And with that, Revelation 22 and 18. Revelation 22 and 18.
On the book of Revelation, chapter 22 and verse number 18. For I testify unto every man.
What the Lord say?
For I testify unto every man.
Read.
That heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things.
If what?
If any man shall add unto these things.
Read it one more time.
If any man shall add unto these things.
You're adding days, taking away days, removing high holy days, doing your own thing. What's going to happen?
Yahweh shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book.
The what?
The plagues that are written in this book.
Famine, death, bloodshed, war, destruction. All that is coming to men who add and take away from the word. Read on.
And if any man shall take away from the words,
because you're taking away, right? Go on.
Of the book of this prophecy, Yahweh shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things which are written in this book.
And with that, let's get the Most High hand all praise to God. Praise to the Most High.
right? All praises to the Most High, man. So, Most High willing, brothers were edified. See, 444, man. Most High willing, brothers were edified. You know, Most High willing, the word went out. And if you keep in the lunar Sabbath, Most High willing, you have something to think about. You got 4 hours and 45 minutes to understand that you may have been moving in error. But that's okay because the Most High is merciful. And you can repent. It's not as if the Most High has the door open for you. Right? Forget about man pleasing and being fans. And forget about just following after vainglory and views and madness. Keep the commandments in the fear of God. We don't fear man. We don't give a damn what man is saying. We won't follow what Yahweh by Shema Mashiach Yahushua has established. But you brothers, you can repent, acknowledge that wicked Pentecost count, acknowledge all these adding and taking away days, and Most High willing, you can receive mercy. But if you move in pride and in the lust of your own heart, you have a narrow road down destruction and pain and misery. That's thus said the Lord. That's not Naquam's words. That's Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
And at the end of the day, we love all Israel, man. And you know why we did this? Because we keep the commandments. The Lord said we got to reprove our brothers and not suffer sin upon them. So it ain't no, we did this in response to this camp or that camp. No, we did this for all Israel's edification, man.
Right.
Because we want, if it was what Sons of Thunder say at the end? It's our earnest desire that all Israel should be saved. We believe the same thing.
Right.
We feel the same way. We love every camp who's laboring, putting their life down on the line, the brothers who's not out there, the sisters reverencing their husbands, taking care of the children, being a teacher, good things to the younger women. We love all Israel, man. So we got to do this. We had to do this for edification's sake.
And I got another point too to add on to what the brother said, man. This exhortation at the end of the day, man. And the Lord says, save some with compassion, making a difference, and save some with fire, man. Can't tell everybody smooth things all the time, man. Right? We're not out here for that. We're out here to tell the truth. It's the book of Jude, right? Chapter 1 and verse 22. And some, Salakia, and of some have compassion, making a difference, and others save with fear, pulling them out of the fire. You got to save some brothers with fear. That's why you have to pull precepts like Revelation 22 and 18, man. Right. You have to pull precepts like Jude, man, like we pulling out. We have to let brothers know when they're in error, and it's out of love, man. It's not out to point, laugh, ridicule, hang out something. We're not out here for that, man. We're out here to love our brothers and show them the right way. It says, hating even the garment spotted by the flesh.
Truth and sincerity.
And truth and sincerity. So like the brother said, we love our brothers, man. Right? We're not even known for making videos and doing this and diss tracks and videos against. We love our brothers, man. We keep it in sincerity. Most are willing, our hearts are clean, our hands are clean, and that brothers can actually take correction and not be emotional, but take correction, man. But with that, Kwam Yashalom. Shabbat Shalom. Or the Sabbath is damn near over.
Yeah,